They can hear just me, but not you. All right, time to slurp my alcoholic beverage really dramatically, so you come in and try and stop me. What did you find today? I wonder where you found that Blue Yeti microphone from. I wonder if it was a friend that you borrowed it from. For everybody in chat who's confused, Tom is intentionally not turned his audio on, and has turned me on to vamp for him. We are vamping until Tom gets a Blue Yeti microphone he may have borrowed from a friend who he hosted a Song of Ice and Fire YouTube channel with. Set up. You found the Blue Yeti. That's true. It was found. Yeah, Tom found it in my house. It was actually in my hand when he found it. So that's how to get around YouTube censors. Yes. Just cut Tom out and hope that I go, that's interesting, and vamp for the whole stream.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm like getting. Oh, the mic is picking up my Bluetooth headphones. That's fun. Okay, so I think I've set it up okay. It might be a little loud, so I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. I'm just gonna listen to myself for a second. Zach, say some words.
Wait, I'm gonna eat dramatically on camera, and then I'm gonna say more words.
Actually, we sound really good. I sound better than I've ever sounded on anything we've ever done. All right.
I mean, that's good.
All right. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yes, I know that. Yeah, I thank you. Thank you, OBS. I appreciate you. All right. And can I go? Can I go over here? Yeah, does this work? Look, Zach. It works. I can draw stuff. Whoa. Oh my god, and it's not like that terrible like blocky like that it usually is. And I'm getting like, so here's something interesting. I have you in this ear and both of us in this ear, so I have me back by like 15-20 seconds like constantly. So I have me back by like 15-20 seconds like constantly. So I have like me back by like 15-20 seconds like constantly. I have like me back by like 15-20 seconds like constantly.
It was very hypnotizing. It was very great.
Reddit says Tom no.
Upload that clip so people can fall asleep to it.
Yeah, like can I get like Connor Price to do like to use that as like a backing track? Let's send that to Eminem. Oh my god. We're waiting for people to get in here. Zach, how you doing today? Somebody in chat give me something to draw while Zach tells me what he's doing, how he's doing today.
I'm doing good. I woke up feeling like absolute crap, but acetaminophen and coffee are miracle drugs that make you feel amazing, even if you probably shouldn't. I had to move. I'm moving furniture out of my place in Philly. I'm anticipating being back in Buffalo for hopefully the year, maybe more, we'll see. So I had to move a dresser the other day, and they're like light, but like they're just the wrong shape to try and move on your own. So it's like when you get two people lift it, and then it feels like it's excessive. Like one person could have lifted that, but then it's just too like oblong and awkward to like actually do it with one person. So I had to enlist one of my roommates to drag it out with me, which was the easiest piece of furniture I think we've ever lifted. It feels like styrofoam when you have two people. It was. I don't think I've ever had to move a dresser that far before. I think I've never had to move a dresser in a way that I could just like shove it. And also, if you've ever wondered if you can fit a dresser in the back of a Jeep, the answer is probably, or at the very least of that one, yeah.
Yeah, I think that. So wait, is the question, can a dresser kill you, or can you get killed by a dresser?
I feel like, well, like the thing with the dresser is the second you fill it up, it becomes a much different object than when it's empty. An empty dresser is just like mostly air surrounded by some pretty hard wood. The second you start to put, so that I shouldn't say pretty hardwood either.
No, that one's okay.
Like the wood's pretty sturdy. It makes a good exterior, but if there's nothing in it, like I bet it could knock your lights out, but I don't think it could like crush you to death. But I don't know. You start filling that with something heavy enough that it won't break the dresser, but heavy enough that it will break you, and I bet the dresser kills you.
Yeah, because like if the question is, can a dresser kill you? The answer is like maybe, but like, can somebody kill you with a dresser? Like sure, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Hello everyone. Welcome to the party. Zach, it's like, you know what? It's one of these. Get me out of here. I'm streaming in the dark today.
Oh no.
Is that okay?
Sick. That's fine by me.
I'm streaming in the dark today.
I got just one light up.
Yeah. I've been fighting headaches all day. And so it's a sleepy stream. I'm in my pajamas. I don't know if that shows up on stream, but I'm in my Pikachu pajamas and I have a new Bidoof. So that's what I'm doing today. That's how
I'm in the mistake of putting actual pants on for the stream. I should have put on pajama pants.
Yeah, it's a pajama stream. We should have pajama parties. I think pajama parties are underrepresented. It's a sleepy stream.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sad Hamburglar says, dresser, I hardly know her. Zach, your thoughts?
That's probably true. You probably do hardly know her.
Mm-hmm. Zelazor says, what's a dresser? That's what you put on a salad.
That's pretty good.
Was it? I appreciate it.
I'm happy with that one.
Oh,
I mean, do you get batch emails, Tom? Do you get like people who send you like a ton of emails at once?
Oh yeah.
I'm job searching right now, and I have a friend who does like whatever jobs they see from their network, they just spam out to everybody they've ever worked with.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, she might watch the channel. If you're watching, Connie, hi. But Connie just blasted me with like enough emails that she's like an appreciable amount of my screen when I open up the email now. It's just her name plastered all over. That's always a joy to me when I see a bunch of emails that got blasted out at the same time by the same person, because it means I can reverse engineer what it was like from their perspective. I can imagine them sitting at a desk being like, damn, well, I'm busy today. I'm gonna spend an hour dealing with this shit.
All right, Zach, you want to let's do a stream. I actually like the vibe on the stream sometimes where it's kind of just like you and me. The streams are so much less stressful than the videos because it's basically just you and me hanging out.
If a stream sucks, nobody cares. If a video sucks, that's detrimental. But we can have a stream where it's just us goofing around and people will be like,
yeah,
it's live. I can ask them questions and they're going to talk about a song by Fire eventually.
And there's like a non-zero number of people who will just goof around with us.
That's always the most fun part.
Oh my God, Zach, can I shout out a channel in chat?
Please.
They know who they are. If the person who makes the phenomenal dice wants to scream from the rooftops that they make phenomenal dice, I love your phenomenal dice. They make me really happy. Zach, did you see we got a shout out from Indie Geek?
What? No, yeah. I did not.
Isn't that nuts? Yeah.
Wait, yeah, maybe what was this?
We can stream. I have it bookmarked. We can stream it on the end of the. We can watch it at the end of the stream, and we can let In Deep Geek copyright claim this video.
Well, could you at least give me like a sentence context as a shout out we got?
Oh yeah, who Magma Frost, who I know the other. I know who Magma Frost is, but I can't remember at this moment. Magma Frost sent in a question to like their theory stream.
Yeah.
And it was Marwyn is Magor Brightflame. And I did not watch to the end of it because I wanted to watch to the end of it with you. I saw like him lead into that question, and that was it. It was very like positive and complimentary, and went on presumably for some time to talk about Magor Brightflame.
That's a high honor.
I know, isn't that stupid? My God, someone with actual theories and opinions.
I heard that with minimal evidence, and that people are like, those ink people are cooking.
And man, dude, Magma Frost said like represented the theory so much better than we did in the video.
Yep.
Holy shit! Made it sound like a real theory.
We provide the crude oil that gets refined into real theories. Occasionally, we accidentally make a real theory.
Queen of the Green says, "Ask him on your show." Zach, you want to?
We'd love to, honestly. I think that like we've held off on like getting some of the like really big names of the community on our streams. Obviously, Pet Fantasy Haven, Quinn, and like some people who have like way larger subscriber counts than us. But like we've been kicking that can down the road until we say like we have a day where we're going to be able to like record really well. We have a theory that's ready to rock. That's awesome, so that we can like get the most potential out of it.
We'll be like, yo, Robert from In Deep Geek, come on down so we can meme on you with our stupidest fucking theory.
If we had a really dumb theory to like a huge name, that would also be fun in its own way.
Yeah, just hear me out, okay? Hear me out. We go hard on the other direction.
The funny thing, we're usually really nice to our guests with a couple exceptions. Like even like the people we came up with, the like smaller, growing, newer channels that like are really tight to us. Your like random internet guys, your beer reads who like have appeared in like double-digit numbers. We're still usually really nice to them, even though they know our shtick inside and out, and would probably be happy to be on like a ridiculous bad like take theory episode.
Yeah,
we should maybe pull that on like one or two of our friends sometime soon.
Redis says, if I recall correctly, Glidus and Alt Shift X also mentioned you guys on a Pictionary stream. Yes. I didn't know this.
I specifically said, well, they were Pictionarying theories. They did Pictionary of theories that they got from Alt Shift X generator, and then they had to assert it was real and convince the other person. And if you subtract the Pictionary, we did that already. Yeah. I said this seems like something we would do.
We did. Correct. We did exactly that bit.
The fact that we did not include Pictionary is actually shocking.
Yeah, that's actually against the brand. Against the brand. That's poor branding. Poor branding. For poor branding. Oh my God. I love you guys. This is such a good thing we do. Zach, thank you for doing this shit with us. Brandoning.
Branding Stark.
Holy crap. Oh my God. I love you guys. I love this channel. I love all the ridiculous people we've met. You know who we can definitely, and I don't know if the community that we have, well, there's 30 people in the chat right now. I don't know if the number of people in the chat is big enough for it to get back to him, but we can definitely meme on Quinn next time he's on.
That's right on his sort of right. Also,
we've been really polite to Quinn like 3 videos in a row, and it's time.
It's time for his induction. It's time for his hazing.
Yeah, it's time. We're gonna give him a real nightmare.
I guess actually Mira gave us a real nightmare with the horse video. And there's good stuff in there. Yeah. But the assertion that all of them are named after horses because they're literally horses.
Hey,
you can't prove it.
Chables is right. Shables and Redist are right. There's 30 people in here, but only 12 likes on the video.
I only see 5.
You only see 5. You get that. You get that shit in there right now. Get down there right now.
I don't know if it's a frat. I think that like we socialize pretty well with like people. We were not in frats in college, but however, we basically had what was a functioning like board game night that lasted a year and change.
Yeah. Yeah,
a continuous every night that wasn't a weekend board game night, and even some weekends.
We're not a frat. We're just those friends that are like very polite and enthusiastic the first couple of times that you meet us, because we're like, oh my god, if I'm myself, they won't like me because I'm actually a chaos gremlin.
And then we all realize we're chaos gremlins.
Yeah, it's like we're not chaos gremlins all the time, or even like most of the time, but like we never let chaos gremlin out when we're like in polite company. But like once we're friends, then we go full nightmare mode. Zelazor says, I'm not liking the stream until you help with my sociology homework. Zach, that's on you.
What's your sociology homework? That actually is up my alley.
What's your security number?
My background is in comms, which is like a sociology spinoff that you don't need to be smart for, with a background in history, which is like sociology, but we just him and haw about like how we could have gone back in time and killed a couple people.
Which we had to censor out of the last video. Oh yeah, we are. Zelazor says 3 is my social security number.
It's my one of my favorite Simpsons jokes is when Mr. Burns is entering his social security number and he goes 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 2. Damn you, Roosevelt.
Oh, Zach, that's a good joke. Rugaru says that Chaos Gremlins is the name of the Sonic Gremlins crossover.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. If you have a group of friends that you hang out with and there's minimal communication after hangout, you're pretty much a frat. What? No. That's just being friends as an adult.
Yeah. I assume you're just busy.
No, I have people that I consider very good friends that I have not exchanged words with in 2 years. One of them, a friend of mine from college who Zach, you and I have played Dread with this person. This is one of the 2 people that we played the Chicago Dread campaign with.
Yeah.
Literally didn't talk to him for probably 18 months. And this human being texts me out of the blue with Yu-Gi-Oh memes.
Good.
And
good.
The 2 of us talked, like we sent back and forth probably 450 texts.
Incredible.
Yeah, where we just like memed back and forth and back and forth, back and forth. Like, but we went from Yu-Gi-Oh to like Lovecraft to like horror things that we've been reading, like back and forth for like hours. It's great. That's just being friends as an adult. Grim Delight's Dice says Dread is so good. Zach, can we please do a Dread stream? I've been pushing for this for a long time.
I would love to do a Dread stream.
Yes!
That's like a great, especially now that the second channel is like our horror channel.
Yeah. I haven't gotten around to it. Yeah.
Halloween-y Dread stream would be great.
Yeah. I actually just started working on a new one. A new like police procedural style Dread campaign.
Ooh.
Yeah. That I think I could slot it into the Chicago series, but I don't know if I'm going to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And see, this is another thing about like being friends as an adult. Like, oh my god, I like Zara and I are 2 of the best. You are unlikely to find 2 better friends. Right, it's just like very, very, very good. But like we will go like fully months without talking, not because we don't want to or because we don't like want to hang out, but because we like doing our own thing.
I see Sarah maybe 2 or 3 times annually, and it's like there was no time in between.
Yeah. And like
I will talk about an entire job I had in the meantime to be like, yeah, that sounds about right.
And like today and yesterday, like for the Bills game, rest in peace, Zara got a 7-day free trial of Paramount Plus, and so is now trying to is trying to get through all of Star Trek Deep Space Nine before the trial expires
In 7 days.
Yeah,
You can get appreciably deep.
She already got through all of Lower Decks. She already did it. She took Lower Decks like a pill.
That's good. Honestly, you should watch the rest of it before you watch Lower Decks. It's funny.
Yeah, I agree.
You should watch all the 90s stuff at least, and the original Star Trek. You should probably watch Enterprise also.
I've never
watched Enterprise. No.
I sort of agree, but like it's kind of like Dunk and Egg. You will be more rewarded if you read Dunk and Egg last, but it's also like by far the most accessible.
That's true.
And like Lower Decks is so accessible. Like anybody can watch it. It's just funny. Cool. I love this stream. I love this thing we do.
For people in chat, when I do it, is it this way, or is it this way?
Are you?
I don't know.
Are you doing the sign of the cross?
Yeah, I don't know. I always would screw it up.
It's up, down, left, right.
Up, down, left, right.
Left, right. Your left. Yeah.
Up, down, left, right, left, right.
Yeah.
BA select start.
Yeah, and it's the two fingers and the thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not the instant transmission, which I used to do as a kid. Classic Catholic University moment. Yeah. The sign of the Konami. Yeah.
I was raised Presbyterian, so I had to blend in when I'm surrounded by Catholics.
Don't worry, it doesn't work. Everybody knows.
Everybody else is blending in because they're all atheists.
Hey.
They're just afraid to tell everybody else.
Yeah. I just have more complete camouflage. Oh my god! All right, Zach, what are we doing today? Somebody give me something. Somebody give me something to draw while we're still in the early part of the stream before we have to like do real stuff. Somebody give me something. Give me a Pokemon. I want to draw a Pokemon.
Draw Farfetch'd.
Farfetch'd, huh? Do I need to draw a Farfetch'd from memory, or can I look up a Farfetch'd?
You can go from memory, I believe.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll do a Farfetch'd from memory. Oh man, it's hang on. Okay, I'm gonna need. What do you think? Like one of these, maybe? Like this color? It's like. I don't know how to. I have to draw like a feather as a hand. This is not gonna be a good Farfetch'd, Zach. And he's like this, and he's got like legs. And these are like duck legs, but we're not going to worry about that for right now. Right? And then he's like this is bad. This isn't working. And he's like kind of saucy. Oh no. I can't reach above a certain point on the canvas. So it has to be like He's got a leak. He has a leak, Zach. There it is. Here's his leak. This Farfetch'd. Oh no! Did I dox myself? No, I think I'm fine.
Let's see. I'm watching the stream. I don't see any doxing. I didn't see your name this time.
Hang on, we gotta check. We're gonna pause it. We're gonna rotate it. We might have to do some stream maintenance here, everybody. Might have to do some stream maintenance. It does not.
I like your cloud strife ass Farfetch'd.
Okay, now I'm gonna look up a picture of a Farfetch'd so that I can actually draw one.
Kelly says this theory is looking a bit far-fetched.
That's not that bad. If you told me that was a Pokemon, I would guess Farfetch'd.
Yeah. Oh, it tracks.
Yeah.
It just doesn't track beautifully.
Just doesn't track particularly well. And I forgot to make a new layer like I always do. Boop, 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 boop. Function insert, please. Yeah. Oh, and he's a much different color than I thought he was. He's like in here. And he has like fucking giant hands. Oh my god. Yeah, he's like this. He's like kind of ripped. Like doot 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 doot. And then he goes like doot 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 doot.
Oh, there's the iconic head thing that Farfetch'd has.
Yeah. And then he goes like doot 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 doot.
I'm gonna have to Google that term that was just in chat and be upset that I Googled it. Oh, I see what you mean.
Is this a Farfetch'd, Zach? This, you know what's weird? This looks less like a Farfetch'd.
Well, I learned something new today.
What? No, I don't want to know.
Nope. You don't. You know, it might not be new to you. It might not be new to some of our audience, and I guarantee that if it is, you may or may not want to Google it. Who knows?
Okay.
I'm not going to say you don't want to Google it. What I'm going to say is, I didn't need to.
Do we need to ban someone?
No, you're good.
Okay.
That was no more inappropriate than the jokes we make.
You know,
I'm just new to the palette.
You know, I'm ready. I'm ready to ban someone.
No, completely above board. It's you ever watch Arrested Development at all?
No.
There's a great scene with a bag that says "Dead dove, don't open," and then the person opens it up and it contains a dead dove.
Ah,
and he
sure.
says, "I don't know what I expected." I did that.
Oh, okay.
Somebody said something completely in the PG-13 vibe of our channel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's a term I'm unfamiliar with. I'm going to Google it. And you know what, Tom? Wasn't for me.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's not for everybody. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means that I didn't need that information, and I will be thinking about it tonight as I try to fall asleep.
Oh man!
Let me tell you, those hands were really uncomfortably large.
What? Oh, that term.
Yes.
Yeah, I see that term. You didn't know that term?
I know that. That is not a tag I use that often.
Oh no, my I will be totally good.
A tag you use fairly often.
I will be good. I apologize. It's a common term on Tumblr.
It's a common term on Tumblr.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Toxic Yowie, thanks for subscribing. Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough warm up. I'm like good. I'm loose.
It's a common term on Tumblr, and it's also used 52,609 times on another website I'm aware
of. Okay. Anyway. Zach, you know what? I'm actually going to bring us back over here. I'm going to bring us back over here. We can talk over on this side. Hi, Zach. How are you? Good to see you. How you doing today?
Good to see you.
Zach, what are we talking about today?
We have two videos that are in the same vein as each other.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Rigger is making me laugh.
Come back. You gotta focus.
I did a video clowning on baby swaps by making one of the most unbelievable, absurd, could not possibly be true theories I've ever done, which are rare on this channel, but you do get one about once every 6 to 8 months. We do one that is completely bonkers. It was time. We needed another one. After that, you followed up with another video where we talked about the baby swap and tried to do the like practical analysis if it was possible. And the determination was that it was, but you'd have to ignore a lot of the thematic stuff that George R. R. Martin loves. And if you ignore all of that, it tracks. The problem is you have to ignore all of that.
I've listened to that particular section of that video so many times. That's so funny. Where I realize what I've been saying the whole time. Or I'm like, yeah, yes. It does track as long as you didn't read the books.
Yeah. It is a theory that makes a lot of sense if you never sat down and listened to a John chapter.
Yes, yeah, as long as because
if you never read A Clash of Kings or Storm of Swords, that theory rocks.
Yeah. If you stopped reading at the end of the first book, that theory's awesome. Oh my god. Zelazor says, bring me back on so I can do my Lemon Gate too.
Zelazor, a way I learned to enjoy the colors, the trans flag, is that it's inspired from Breaking Bad. There's pink for Jesse Pinkman, white for Walter White, and blue for the Blue Meth. And honestly, I respect the hell out of that.
I thought there was going to be a bit in there.
It is. What's the bit?
Yeah, I thought that you were like just the way that you were doing it. Like it's white for Walter White, pink for Jesse Pinkman, and blue for the Blue Man Group. I just thought that there was going to be a turn.
There's an additional like jump in there of logic.
Yeah, no, I thought there's.
It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear what the flag designers were going for. Yeah. Multiple years before Breaking Bad was a show.
All right, I got you. I'm with you. Okay, Zach. The baby swap is stupid is the problem. And I really tried to make it work. But
you did great work.
It's just nonsense. And it is the perfect pitch for our format, right? I love our format. I love our format so much. Our format is disingenuous arguing made into a comedy show. It is designed to show you cherry-picked pieces of evidence to lead you to a conclusion that I have designed already.
A lot of people who present disinformation use a chalkboard approach for that reason.
Yes,
it makes your mind focus in on only what they want you to see and not what's not there.
Yes,
which is why we can present theories that are very good but have some like things we didn't account for that make them a little harder to assert. Or we can present theories that are absolutely nonsense, but when you put the right things there and just focus on that, you shrug and go, I guess.
Yeah, because the theory, it doesn't just fall apart. It does like a Rupert's drop explosion. The second you put in a quote from like a John dream.
Yeah. The second John dreams of a blue flower that is explicitly meant to represent Lyanna Stark, and we know that.
Yeah.
The idea that he is not that kid just crumbles in front of you.
The fact that he's having dreams about a different kid.
Yeah. Oops, we were sending the wrong dreams to you.
Oh my god. Now see, that is pretty funny. That's like a Hitchhiker's Guide bit, right? That's like something out of, what's the Hitchhiker's Guide for fantasy books? Terry Pratchett, what's it called?
Discworld.
Discworld, yeah. Like, that's a good Discworld bit. Where someone has believed that they are the chosen one, but they've actually just been getting the wrong dreams for 20 years.
Actually, I'm sure somebody's about to say, that happens in this Discworld book.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I know I'm in the right place when I hear Rupert's drop explosion. Yeah! I thought Dany dreamed the blue rose in the ice. I think she does. Like, there is offhanded reference to it in The House of the Undying, I think. But I'm also wrong about stuff all the time. I love this series. I love this franchise. I love these people. John's mom was just some random woman who was swapped with Lyanna as a baby. The random woman liked blue roses. It was a metaphor baby swap. It was a mother baby swap followed by a baby swap. So what you're saying, Michael, is that the babies are in the same. They're with the same parents, but they're in the opposite places. Is that correct?
This is not too far from April Fool's theory of the baby died on the way there, so Ned grabbed a random kid that I had Mira pretend to be Michael Talks About Stuff for on Random Internet Guy's channel.
How is my April Fool's video doing on RIG's channel, by the way?
I think it's still doing pretty good.
I
think
haven't
both of them are roughly, they've leveled off to the same of some people are confused and other people are like, oh, it's an April Fool's thing. But another like
is that still, last I checked that was like top 5 on his channel, and that was really pissing me off.
Let's see. I don't think it's top 5 anymore.
Okay.
It is not even the top 10 anymore.
Okay, good. Honestly, that's great. How many views does it have?
7,000.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, it would instantly be in the top 5 of ours.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Oh my god, we got to work out our April Fool's video. I really like the bit that we've been doing.
Are we like? I think I know who we can get this year for sure. That
okay. Really fun. All right, I'm into it.
I don't want to spoil it for everybody.
We got Michael last year. Michael, thank you very much for pretending to be Zach, I think.
He did a wonderful job. I forget who. I think Ian or Brandon and I got pretended to be. Maybe I'm mistaken.
It can't be in Deep Geek because it needs to be someone who has at least watched the videos or like talked to us at all.
Yeah. If somebody hasn't appeared on an episode yet, the odds of being for April Fools very low.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But we'll make it. We'll make it work. We'll make it. It'll be good. Worst case scenario, like I think it would probably just be funny to have Michael talking to Michael, pretending to be both of us.
That was a good emergency backup plan.
Is that a good Michael? Can that? How do you feel about that being a backup plan? Where you just are both of us. And then Taco is Zara kicking in the door.
That'd be good.
Taco just kicks in the door as Taco. Oh my god. I love that bit. That's such a stupid bit.
It's a wonderful little, like, I love April Fools. It's such a unique, there are holidays that have like overlapping vibes. Like Christmas and Thanksgiving are very different, but there's an overlap in how it feels. And gathering with my family, there's going to be a meal, there's going to be a lot of conversation. I like both of those holidays. I like Christmas better because I get free shit, and I get to impress people with fun little gifts. But like there is really like, unless you do pranks on Halloween, which nobody I know does, April Fool's is a unique little holiday. And it's very easy for like anybody to find a way to participate.
This is something that I want to talk about like constantly, and maybe we can do this for a Halloween video on the second channel. Like I find archaic holiday traditions very interesting. Like trick or treat comes from a time when like Halloween was a pranking time.
Yeah.
And it really isn't anymore. You know, like nobody pranks on Halloween anymore, really.
It's like a low stakes door-to-door version of your money or your life. Your candy or your inconvenience of getting toilet paper off of your tree.
And like that nobody even toilet papers even.
No.
Right.
Well, you go to jail now. Back in the day, the police were just there to accept bribes from the mafia. Now they'll be like, I guess I have to arrest this kid.
Well, you go to jail now.
Yeah.
I know we've talked about poor pussy. We've definitely talked about the Halloween tradition poor pussy in the past. It's one of my favorites.
The what? Poor what?
Yeah, we've talked about Poor Pussy before, the party game, which is one of my favorite things in the world.
I must know it under another name.
No, we've talked about it. We've talked about it by this name.
I'm memory holding it, possibly on purpose.
Yeah, this is actually. I think that this was on. I think this was when you and I were just trashed unrelatedly. Yes, this was a game that this was like a party game where one person is on their hands and knees in the middle of a circle, and they would like crawl around in the circle and crawl up to a person and like pretend to be a cat and like rub up against their legs, and the other person had to pat them on the head and say, "Aw, poor pussy." And if that person laughed, then they had to be the cat in the middle now.
I see why I memory hold this. Congrats on the person who got their pet play can become a game.
Yeah, like hey, that one's for you. That's what people did without memes and board games. Yeah. Oh my god. Holy shit. Millennials and Gen Z are so boring. They don't toilet paper people's houses anymore. Is that game in the Shining book? Is it? There's a lot of weird like party stuff in the Shining book. It might be.
Interesting.
Oh my god. Holy crap. Turns out if you leave people alone, their game ideas are all goddamn weird. That's very true. Here's another one. There's archaic things in Christmas songs. There'll be kids jingle bell and caroling out in the snow. First off, no one carols anymore. This is just not a thing.
No.
There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. Zach, what was the last ghost story you heard on Christmas?
It's the same one. There's actually specifically one Christmas-related ghost story.
There's exactly one Christmas ghost story.
Which is a Christmas Carol, and the ghosts are not scary.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
It's not particular.
They're objectively the good guys.
Yeah, the ghosts are actually. There's one that's like quite intimidating, but like, he doesn't like. He only scares that one guy.
Yeah,
and that one guy really had it coming.
The first one's scary because it's somebody he knew in life.
Yeah,
and he's covered in chains in some depictions. And then, like the other two after that are joyous as all hell. And there's a spooky one, and he is moderately spooky, but like he is objectively on team good guy.
Like I would not call that movie a scary ghost story. I would call that a ghost story with like, I don't know, like a climax. It has like it doesn't even have a twist. We know that's coming. There's no other way that story could go.
They spell it out pretty much from the beginning.
Yeah. Queen of the Green says Nightmare Before Christmas. That's also not particularly scary, but I do take your point.
It's I feel like by division it has to be a Thanksgiving movie.
Zach, I like that joke. That's pretty funny.
The job I had last week, to get attention, we would put up whiteboards with polls on them, and you could go walk over the marker and put a tally. We try to talk to you while you were there. And one person had the question, is The Nightmare Before Christmas a Halloween or Christmas movie? Halloween, Christmas, people are voting. And somebody walked over and wrote in Thanksgiving. And this is on a completely separate area to where I was. I was like, I wish I could have met this person whose brain works similar to mine.
Giselle says, we're overdue for a good Christmas horror. Did anybody watch The Mean One? I didn't watch it, but I heard it was a lot of fun.
I did not watch it.
Yeah, it's the like Grinch parody horror movie.
That's compelling.
Yeah, I've heard good things. Gremlins is Christmas horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's light on both concepts is the only problem.
Gremlins is like a family movie. It's a Spielberg movie, which is like its own
it's a
thing.
horror movie for the family. I don't think it's like a Spielberg, like, hold on.
I know it, like, and you're right, it's not a Spielberg movie, but like it is though.
It's his production company, because I think Amblin made it.
Yeah,
Amblin made it. He greenlit it, but it was written by Chris Columbus, which is probably the only good thing he's ever written. And then
I know that it's a complicated conversation, but Harry Potter 1 and 2 are really fucking good movies. I know it's a complicated conversation, but as movies, they're incredible.
He didn't write them, though. He only directed them.
Oh, did he only direct? My bad.
Yeah, he only directed. He wrote The Goonies, though, so I had to retract.
Oh, yeah. No, you take that shit back right now.
Wait. 2 good movies.
Chris Columbus wrote The Goonies?
He wrote Gremlins, Goonies, looking up right now. He had a writing career for the beginning, and then he's done very little writing now. Mostly does directing, although his last 2 films he wrote and directed. But he's probably at the point where he can just do passion projects now, which, like, good for him.
Zach.
But he did, yeah.
No, go ahead. But I have thoughts.
He did at the beginning of his career, Reckless, Gremlins, The Goonies, and Young Sherlock Holmes as a writer before he directed his first film.
Okay.
And I should also note he directed Home Alone, which, like, you did good. You did good on that one.
Which is a solid Christmas horror movie.
where the monster is a small child.
Yeah. Giselle says The Mean One has a 23% on Rotten Tomatoes, and that is one of the 2 places that I like my horror movies.
It's got to be in the 90s or below the 30s.
If it's in the 60s, it is not worth watching.
Yeah, almost always.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Somewhat like people are going to show up with like hundreds of examples of counter examples, but that's fine. It boosts engagement. Zach, talk to me about other baby swaps. I want to discuss other baby swaps.
Sorry, I was just realizing that Joe Dante went to Thomas Jefferson University, which means he lived in Philly for an appreciable amount of time. Joe Dante.
Joe Mama?
No, Joe Dante, who directed Gremlins and Gremlins 2, The New Batch. You should know this. He gets shouted out in our favorite Nick Lusko song.
Right. Oh, God. My brain is broken.
Don't say that he was 25 writing Gremlins and Goonies. I don't want to feel paralyzingly old and unaccomplished.
You are not unaccomplished.
You're right, but I never accomplished Gremlins, so was it really worth it?
That's true. You've never had a flop like Gremlins.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, cool. Great. I like this thing we do, Zach.
Are there other baby swaps? So, like, in A Song of Ice and Fire, or just in general?
Just in general.
There's that one episode of Keenan and Kel where they think they're switched at birth, but it turns out they weren't.
There's that one episode of Sabrina where she has like she like, it turns out that she has an evil twin and she's worried that she's the evil twin.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I think that part of the Metal Gear franchise is that Liquid Snake and Solid Snake Solid Snake was led to believe that he was a clone of Big Boss's dominant traits, and Liquid Snake was a clone of his recessive traits. And it turns out it's dramatically revealed in Metal Gear that that's not the truth. They were lying to each other, and actually Liquid is all of his dominant traits, which therefore makes him better somehow. But 1, that's not how genetic works, and 2, Solid Snake is then established to look exactly like Big Boss did when he was roughly the same age, and Liquid looks nothing like him, so that also just can't possibly be true. Also, you can't just clone half of your genetics. Tom, this is a Metal Gear Solid video now.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I did the thing that I do whenever you or Zara starts talking about Metal Gear. and I just started playing the theme song to season 4 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure like over and over.
That's
Yeah.
a good way to deal with
It just starts looping.
There's a like high density of lore. You can make a lot of theories of that franchise. In the next, like, the worst part is it's all for now. Like, they'll just make shit up for the next game, and they'll bring a couple things back, and like 2 theories will be right, and then also a random skeleton man will jump out and shoot magic fireballs at you. But it's still a grounded, realistic stealth game.
Okay, but like, what about Gas Snake?
Gaseous. So I'm always upset that there's not like a gaseous and plasma snake that they clearly set up by there being a solid liquid one. There's 3 stakes. There's solid, there's liquid, and there's solidus.
Solidest? Like
Solidus.
most solid?
Solid US. Solidus.
Solid US as opposed to splintered?
Liquid Canada. Solidus is made from taking the best of both his recessive and dominant traits, which again, that's not how DNA works. But like, like he somehow becomes president of the United States. It's weird. It like.
I'm sorry. I'm going to pivot away from Metal Gear. This isn't just me pivoting away from Metal Gear, but that is a lot of it.
Sorry. Solid US as opposed to Air Jordan.
Zelazor says in one of their TV pilots, I believe that they're pitching evil fraternal twins. Which is really funny. It's like an evil twin. Welcome to the party, pal. Subscriber, and it screamed in my ears.
Evil twin, but they look at nothing like you.
Yeah, evil twins, but they're not. They don't look the same at all.
That's like the movie Twins, but one of them's evil.
Oh my god.
The movie Twins with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito.
Yeah. You're never gonna guess which one's which.
That's my assertion, is that Danny and John were both swapped with Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
All right. We've like descended into like bits and jokes that we're in places that I just can't follow. Like, I completely lost the thread. My brain is broken. I have to get away from Metal Gear because it's like Metal Gear and Twins is the only thing that's in the chat right now. So Zach, we've been live for an hour. Would you like to do Resolution Bowl?
Let's get. Does anybody have anything they want to talk about baby swaps in the chat? We'll give people like 15 minutes to air their grievances about baby swaps.
You're right.
If we go on a fun tangent along the way, we can, and then we can switch to resolutions.
All right.
I want to hear y'all baby swap takes.
Okay, so while we're getting that ready in the chat, let's go over the format of what the next little while is going to be. We're going over our, like, this is just you and me, right? Just you and me are going over everything from last year, and we're going to, like, pour through chat and see people, like, how people did last year. I want to know how everyone's resolutions went. And then after that, you and I are going to debut ours. And we're going to have, of course, we're going to have people in chat talking about theirs too.
Yeah.
While we're getting things ready, I have made a new resolution bowl. And no, you know what? Well, I'll save this. We'll go over all the logistics of next year's at the beginning of like the cut, because that's going to be the first video on the Resolution Bowl channel, because we have like a channel for Resolution Bowl stuff. So like we're not doing it on the second channel. We're not doing it on the main channel. It is going to be its own channel. And we might still do streams for that here. But whether we do the streams here or the streams over there, all the videos and all the VODs are going to get posted over there. And that's where we're going to do the update videos. So if you are interested in Resolution Bowl stuff, go subscribe over there. Zach, you take the reins and I'm going to spam that in chat.
We're gonna try to do more frequent updates and maybe put a wee bit more polish on it, give it its own spotlight. Because this is Resolution Bowl predates this channel by like a healthy margin.
Yeah, by a lot.
So we've planned our first resolutions in January of 2020. Actually, I think it was like January 2nd or 3rd of 2020. And luckily, nothing crazy happened in 2020 that prevented us from doing most of our resolutions. So it was a resounding success. So we did it for the every subsequent year. We want to spread it to the world, and we're really excited to do that. We figured, let's just make it its own channel. Like, even if nobody else watches it, we enjoy making the videos. And so we're gonna try to give it a little bit of spotlight and see how it goes.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's do some baby swap stuff. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this fandom so much.
Like the million baby swaps and turns into a baby 3-card bounty, to keep track of who's who. I too have seen this episode of Futurama.
Ah, that's pretty funny. Don't go where I can't. Don't go where I can't follow. Pyramidian says, I really like the A plus A equals D. What is that? What is that? Ares plus Ashara? So
Ashara plus Arthur Dane?
Ashara plus Arthur? His sister? The Danecest theory. Oh no. Oh, that's catchy. Ugh. Stop it.
Rhaegar
no.
is actually Maynard. That is, he's the son of Maelys the Monstrous, rescued by Barristan on Stepstones and swapped out as a trueborn. I need to read up on my Stepstones and War of the Ninepenny Kings lore, because it I have a theory brewing right now. It's a neat little poll. I don't know if it's genius or just sort of goofy and fun, but like the thing will cement into be really a good theory is if I can find stuff that's present in the Ninepenny Kings era. I feel like it's an era we don't talk a lot about as theory people, even though it's like super relevant. Like the War of the Ninepenny Kings, I think only like it's mentioned the Southern Ambitions theory. Like that's where all the like parents met up to like plant the seeds would be like resentment against the Targaryens and a plan to like make action on that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's more like good theory stuff buried in what we know about the Ninepenny Kings, and it's worth revisiting. Now, whether baby swap for Rhaegar and Maelys the Monstrous' kid, I don't know if that's asserted by the evidence, but I'd love it if it was.
Zach, can I interest you in... I have never seen Daenerys and Danny DeVito in the same room at the same time.
Got a point.
Oh, I really love when people's... Oh no! Oh, I was just scrolling back and seeing the suspended messages. Like the messages that got held.
The messages, it turns out Ross has been here the entire time.
Yeah, Ross hasn't been talking. So, we have Kevin who shows up and says, fuck me, I'm late. This is fine. I'm not upset about this. You know what else I'm not upset about?
What?
The 15 messages that got suspended when we were talking about Halloween party games.
Oh no.
You're never gonna guess why.
It's because they contain the word pussy.
Which is a term for a cat. That's a cat. And we explain that.
That's what Megan Thee Stallion was saying about giving your cat a bath.
I'm talking wop wop wop. That's some poor ass.
Tom, you're laughing. It's your turn to be the wet pussy.
No! Oh my god. Oh my god. Pyramidian says Ned plus Wyman equals Janos. No? Okay, Zach, we're not responding to that one. Okay.
Wait, sorry, repeat that one?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Zelazor says Aegon the Third plus Aegon the Fourth equals Dolorous Ed. And that took a twist because I'm sure that was going to say Aegon the Fifth. Who's Dolorous Ed? Who's Dolorous Ed? He's weird. Is Dolorous Ed Howland Reed?
I'm trying to think of a reason he could be. I'm also trying to think of reasons he definitely isn't. And I can't come up with either. Other than the age is not 100% right. But
No,
that's never stopped us before. And also, if you believe that the age being not quite right is not a problem, or is a problem, you can't believe in any baby swap theories.
Isn't he like 35? It's one of the things that's weird about him is that he's like a very old like trainee steward.
Yeah, because Ned wasn't even 40 when he died.
Yeah. Is Dolorous Ed one of the Kingsguard who served under Arthur Dayne?
Probably not. Probably not. I'm gonna go with probably not on that one.
Zelazor says Dolorous Ed has ligma. Who the hell is Dolorous Ed?
That's really funny.
Dolorous Ed is my spirit animal. Can Veil people not get ligma? What does that say? And you guys want him to be the sixth suitor. I hope he's not. Yeah, fine.
Look, that theory is not one of our better ones. But it's fun.
But if he's like Oswell Went, what if he's Oswell Went, Zach?
Oh, he's a secret Went?
Yeah.
I kind of like that, actually. That's actually pretty good.
People in the Vale are all coming down with Have a nice day. Oswell that ends well. Oswell that went well. There we go. Yeah, there it is, Michael. There we go. We got there. Oswell went his corn half in. Of course. Oswell that ends well. Yeah. Zach, this one's off the rails.
I like how people said give us baby swap theories, and they're just giving us the most insane tinfoil baby swaps possible, and we're not even touching one of the most talked about theories in the fandom, one of the most controversial, well-known theories in the fandom. Which is bypassing it entirely.
Yeah, we gave people permission and they just didn't want to. Oh my god.
Oswald Cobble Went.
Yeah, that's the second Goonies reference in an hour.
That's not Goonies. Cobblepot is Oswald Cobblepot's the penguin.
I'm thinking of Chester Copperpot. Chester Copperpot.
Good old. I know my Batman lore. I know my Batman lore very well.
Oswell Went is Oswell Kettle Pot. It's the pot calling the kettle black. Oh, I have new buttons. I love new buttons. Oh my god, Zach, I can set a super chat goal. And then the YouTube just like popped up and it was like, hey, do you want to do this? Zach, should I set a super chat goal?
Yeah, what's the 69, right?
69? Is it 69 super chats? I can only go up to 50.
I thought $69 was my thought, but
Teal and higher. Yeah, I can set it to only count for $50 donations or bigger.
nobody's gonna do that.
No one's gonna do
Forge
that.
is in here, so nobody's gonna do that.
Share how you'll celebrate if within an hour you get 10 donations of $50 or more. I'm not pressing the go button on this. This is stupid. I'm only going to press the go button if you say something really funny right now.
Shit, I don't know how to do that.
Good, fair enough. Oh my god. Rob and John were swapped, Zach? That's stupid. Does this channel have an in-person meetup? It's funny you say that.
We've talked about some conventions.
Oh yeah, because that is going to come up in the next part of the stream.
Tom, I have wonderful news.
Wait, no, you surely no.
Did you hear that there's a convention in Toronto, city we can easily visit? That we might find some joy in attending.
What?
It's a sequel to one of the most famous conventions of all time, and it's happening in Toronto.
Okay. Is it what Burning Man?
DashCon 2.
You're not gonna get me with a Ligma that easy.
DashCon 2 is a real thing. I learned this at my resolutions party that me and my friends had. DashCon 2 is a real convention. It is happening in Toronto this year. And I think it'd be really funny if we did a panel there.
Okay, hang on. Let's go. All right. Well, no reason to dismiss it out of hand. Let's see.
You're familiar with the first DashCon, right?
No.
The first DashCon did not pay any of its guests, so they all didn't show up. But did not pay for the venue, so they had to ask people to give them money straight up, so they'd be kicked out.
Oh yeah, I have heard of this.
And there was a ball pit in the middle of an empty room. It was very tiny.
You sent me a video essay on this.
Yes, regrettably by a plagiarist, it turns out, unfortunately. But it is quite the experience. And they brought it back. They said they're going to do a second DashCon. So I think that'd be great. But much in the same way I want to go to the second Fire Festival, I would love to go to the second DashCon. I believe, again, the same thing with like Fire Festival, there's two outcomes here. They actually do a good convention, it's a redemption story. Or it's even worse than the first one, and I get to experience something fascinating that I should have known better about. And I like both of those outcomes.
But like, what's like the worst case scenario is we like fucking walk home.
Yeah. The worst case scenario is we make the drive home in less than 90 minutes.
Yeah. See also Fire Festival, TanaCon, Willie's Chocolate Experience, and the Detroit Bridgerton themed ball. I'm gonna click on one of these. Which one of these am I clicking on, Zach?
Oh, Willie's Chocolate Experience for sure. That was recent.
Let's see. Oh, do you know about it? I don't know this.
I know Willie's Chocolate Experience very well.
Oh, okay. The adventure comparisons. Oh, okay. The event was slated to take place on the weekend of the 24th to 25th of February. Okay. AI-generated backdrop images were pinned to some of the walls and props were, quote, strewn about on bare concrete floors, unquote. The venue's windows were dirty and its air conditioning systems were left exposed. Oh, she said she had already signed a contract and didn't want to disappoint the kids. Oh, no.
Yeah, I feel bad for the actresses.
Yeah, absolutely. Young children were frightened by the main character, who appeared from behind a large rectangular mirror.
Oh yes, the unknown.
Great. Okay, perfect. I'm going to click on the Bridgerton themed ball real quick.
I'm gonna step away for 1 second.
All right, sounds good. My mother is a huge Bridgerton fan, so I'm definitely bringing her this information. Was an event in Detroit, Michigan on September 22nd, 2024. Is themed around the Netflix show Bridgerton, originally advertised as an evening of sophistication, grace, and historical charm. Okay. Described as a scam. My God. Based on Bridgerton. Okay. The event began. Attendees were dressed up in accordance with the dress code. Such attendees included a couple who had eloped the day prior. Some attendees who had paid for the Duke and Duchess package had to pay for their own parking without a valet service as promised. And there was nobody at the door of the venue to greet guests. The rooms were left largely empty with no period-accurate furnishing. The remaining decor, which appeared to include floral arrangements from Party City, my God, served noodles with tomato sauce and chicken wings. Not cooked properly. Served by staff wearing sports jerseys. Wow. Though the food ran out in the first hour. The tables were overflowing with discarded food because there was nobody there to clean up after the guests. This sounds like what's it called? This sounds like Sim no. Like Roller Coaster Tycoon gone wrong. Wow. Okay. What a disaster. All right. I'm going back to chat now. I've gotten my fill of that particular madness. Pyramidian, I'm so sorry your last message was held. That it's hard for me to blame anybody else but me for that. That was my fault.
Yeah. You did really walk right into that one.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That one's me. DashCon Confessional, says Nick. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. Bridgerton one was also very recent. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, Zach, I would absolutely, like, if you say we're gonna go to a thing, we go to the thing. Absolutely. Yep. And there's a realistic chance that it's a disaster. So we need to be prepared for that.
Okay, but if it's an unmitigated disaster and what happens is we take the 10 fans, 15 fans that came out to see us and find like a Denny's to hang out at instead, that still sounds like a great day.
Did I ever tell you about the improv panel that I saved?
No, I don't think so.
One of my favorite memories of con going, there was an improv panel and I showed up and everyone else showed up. It was scheduled to start at like 5 and it was at 5:20. No, like the people running the panel fully hadn't shown up. So I just said, fuck it, and ran a panel. I just like got up on the stage and ran it. I just got up on the stage and said, fuck it, I just did Who's Line. The people showed up at 5:50 and were mad at me. So
they were mad at you. How long was the panel supposed to run?
An hour.
They showed up for the last 10 minutes and were mad.
They did end up staying late and doing stuff until like 6:30. But yeah.
I would not be mad.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually absolutely completely fine with that.
Mm-hmm. And so if we went to a convention and just nobody showed up for the convention, it was only guests, suddenly we're not guests anymore.
Yep.
Very suddenly, the two of us are running the con. And I don't think we would have a problem with that. Like I have board games in the back of my car at all times.
Yep. Same here.
We're just gonna round up all the people at this Bridgerton party and decide that we're playing Poor Pussy now. Zach doesn't like that joke. Zach doesn't like this bit.
I'm laughing. I'm sorry. This stream has been a little unhinged. My brain is processing a lot.
Yeah. Okay, Zach. Would you like to go? Would you like to move on?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, we can move on. It sounds fantastic, actually. Fan meetup at a Long John Silver's. How do we feel about that, Zach?
I had to eat at a Long John Silver's, which
Yeah,
is
you're right. That is
not great for two reasons.
That is the drawback.
One, I'll be sick. Two, I recently started watching a YouTube channel of a guy who adopted a grocery store lobster, rehabilitated it back to health, and it's a really good, fun pet. And I'm regretting my lifelong love of seafood because I kind of want a pet lobster.
Long John Silver. How long? Anyway, okay. All right, Zach. You ready? Here we go. We're dialing in. We're getting focused, and we are going to be in like we're in like host mode now. Okay, you with me?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. This is going to be the first video on a channel that is your baby. Do you want to do the intro, or do you want me to?
Oh, are we just going to clip it?
Yeah. I say, like, we're just going to start here, and this is going to be last year's resolutions, and then we're going to roll right into next year's resolutions.
Sounds good to me.
Ready? Toss.
Whoosh. Oh, I don't know.
Toss.
We really don't. Neither of us has the hair for that.
Redis is going to bed. Good night. Tell us about your resolutions tomorrow. Toss. So, Zach, we are good.
Oh,
whenever you're ready.
All right. Tom, welcome to our resolution recap and discussion for the what is now going to be year 5 of us doing competitive resolutions, which I'm incredibly excited about. We have been. This is something I theory crafted years ago. I tried it as like an individual, like 12 things I wanted to accomplish in 2018 and 2019. And from there, I like, oh goodness, there goes your Bidoof. From there, I said I needed friends to hold me accountable, and we turned it into a competition. It has been a staunch benefit to both of our lives. And now we are going to do the thing where we count what we accomplished this year and what we didn't, talk about it, and then talk about what we want to do this year. And Tom, I'll pass it off to you.
Yeah, this is one getting peppered with ads again, says Kirsty. I'm sorry. I'm trying. This is one of my favorite things that we do. It is an absolute joy that we are able to like interact with each other and like the people that we know in such a positive way. Since doing this with you, I have written multiple books. I have competed in multiple significant sporting events. I have like become I've become better at so many things because of like doing this, because of you. And I will never be able to express to you how fantastic this is. If you have found this video, hi, welcome. I don't know how you got here, but you can come and join us in the Discord, where you can present your own resolutions and you can play along with us. If that's not something that you want to do, that's totally okay. But you are welcome to follow along. I believe, Zach, at this moment. Next year, it's just going to be you and me competing against each other. Is that correct? And everyone else is going to be like...
I think we'll shout out people who make great accomplishments.
Yeah.
The rules of Resolution will are down that you can do it with as many people as you can conceivably keep track of, and you can run it with your own friend group, no problem. And Tom, I do want to shout you out as somebody who is a zealous advocate of this and checked in on people frequently to make sure if like things are going well, gave suggestions, gave encouragement. I went from not knowing how FL Studio works to being a person who has released 3 albums in the period that this has taken place. I have changed my primary career, and I have done a lot of other things that are really great for my life that I probably would have never done if it wasn't for the point of me being able to say I did it to beat Tom. And I think that is one of the greatest things I could say is that you make a very healthy foil. And it like tuned our natural like freneminess into something very positive.
Oh yeah. It's such a beautiful nightmare.
Our desire to compete against each other just became a staunchly good quality.
Oh yeah. Something I have a lot of fitness resolutions. And I will not exercise to like stave off the pre-diabetes that I know is in. I will not diet to like make myself feel better or to improve my life or to embody a healthier person. I will not do any of that. But holy shit, will I diet to beat you? Holy shit. Holy shit, will I save money to beat you? And I see people in chat saying that this is a good idea and that this is a cool thing. Please come join the Discord. Like we have perhaps at least 15 people who are like participating casually the last year or two. And it's one of my favorite things. I know Forge has taken and is like doing his own little cell, which is amazing. So please, come hang out. Let's make it a thing. Tell us the things that you want to do to improve your life. And we will simultaneously cheer you on and lightly rib you for being too much of a coward.
And then, if you want to run this with a group of your friends, do it. The way that you work well with that friend group. For me, like I have a group of people who we gather in person for the Resolution Bowl countdown, and we like present it live in front of each other, like what we accomplished, what we didn't. We award partial points to people who show up and talk about how close they got to one they didn't fully succeed at. And Tom and I will do partial points here live on stream. Tom and I do ours live on stream because that works really well for the channel we share together and for just our like general vibe of wanting to include more people and get more people in on it. But like you can fit this rule set into however you like it. And like we said, it has caused wonderful, wonderful things to happen.
All right, I am looking for our blackboard with all of our stuff on it. So you riff for a moment or two.
We picked 12 out at the beginning of 2024. And we are going to check in now and talk about like what we accomplished and what we didn't. We're going to get into the details on some of them. We're going to talk about what worked and what didn't and what we're like planning to do in the future, which I'm really excited about because we are also going to roll out our 2025 resolutions, I believe. Tom, you got yours ready roughly?
Yeah. There's some that I'm going to have to play with.
I'm still in the final tweaking phase of mine, but I am pretty happy with the ones I have and where they're at. Pending my plan for the year working out the way that I hope it works out with where I'm at physically and how much free time I have, which spoilers, was a problem for this year.
See, this is one of the cool things about this is that we are each other's greatest advocates, right? We want each other to succeed. So like live on stream, we will be talking about what we think is going to work for each other and what we think isn't. Because that's what we do. Because while yes, I want to beat you, I don't know.
there's an expectation of congeniality. To use a larger word, you're supposed to be a good competitor.
Yeah,
you're supposed to be somebody who helps out the other. I'm not sure if that's the definition of congeniality. That's how they use it in miscongeniality.
Miss me with that congeniality.
Was that?
I said sorry. I was just doing a bit. No, go ahead. You're good. Go ahead.
I'm gonna look it up right now to make sure that. Oh yeah, congeniality is quality being friendly, pleasant, or agreeable. Love that movie, by the way.
Yo, miss me with that congeniality. Zach, do you have point references? Because I don't have point references.
Point references from what we did. No, I don't remember the points we gave each other. It's in a video somewhere.
Yeah.
We could just pull up the end slate of it. Let me do that.
Yeah, you do that. And I have some fun. Oh god, this is gonna be fun. Nick says, I underperformed, was very happy with the recipe doc that I posted in the Discord. One of the guidelines that we do with the resolution poll is the things that you attempt to do should be, there should be things that the attempt, that failing the attempt will still improve your life. So like it shouldn't be something that if you attempt it and don't get all the way to the end of it, like the progress you have made isn't anything. Like if your goal is lose 20 pounds, if you lose 5 pounds but find that you really enjoy muscle building workouts, you will probably not lose any more weight, but the attempt has been very positive for you. That sort of thing. And I don't think it's like, I don't know what your like success or lack thereof looks like, but I don't think you underperformed. I think that you have made a great, I think that if you tried to do some wonderful self-improvement on the year and got anywhere close, you've done just fine. Aspirational goals work too. I am curious what I am inclined to agree, but I would love an example. In the meantime, Zach, you want me to pull up this?
I have terrible and wonderful news. We never scored each other's resolutions this year.
Oh, nice.
We're gonna have to do it live.
Honestly, this year was kind of a disaster. It's okay. I know who won. I know who won, and you know who won.
What we should do is we should give scores before we reveal whether we completed or failed them. Even though I roughly know which ones you completed and which ones you failed, we'll do it on the honor system, and then agree not to do that again this year. If we're leading by example for this channel, we should give them scores.
Well, see, this is one of the things that, like, the attempt at doing a well-organized resolution poll, failing to get to that, is still a positive thing in and of itself.
Yeah.
I say we don't score this one and we go by vibes, and then we score the next one. We scored. That's the first thing we do, and we dedicate more time to scoring the next one because honestly, these make me sad anyway.
Yeah, these ones make me sad.
Some of these make me sad, and like we can decide. I think we can. We know who won.
We can give light points, but yeah, we can give points, but like we'll read them off first and say for the ones that we need to assign points for, we'll assign points retroactively.
Okay.
And for the ones that we don't need to, we can just ignore them. That sounds
good. Okay. Then I am going to, where is my OBS? Here it is. And we are going to switch back to here. There it is. Yeah. And I'm going to shrink it a little bit so that we can see it better. Hang on. This actually needs to give me like 70. Yeah, there we go. And now I come back over here and I just do one of these. No, just one of these. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide of a red wine supernova. Red wine supernova.
I don't think that's how that song goes.
What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure that's a champagne supernova.
What? Okay, there it is. There's our resolution list, Zach. There's our 2024 resolution list.
It's up on screen now. Unfortunately, my stream is about 10 minutes behind. There it is. Okay. Do we want to do a snake draft style like we always do?
Yes. Before we do, Giselle, this is a good point that is good in theory, but has logistical problems. But we'll talk about that. Like, if we still have people around when we're doing our resolutions for next year, we will talk about that, like, and the guidelines associated with it.
Yeah.
But I agree with you in principle. Okay. Yeah. Why don't you want first pick or second too, Zach?
I'll go second.
Okay. Zach, I did in fact make and go to at least 4 doctor's appointments. I lost health insurance in the summer, but I front loaded that.
That's good. That's a smart thing to do. Is the do it now mentality.
Yep. I fully cleared it just on dentist. I got 2 fillings done that had been really bothering me. And I got a number of deep cleanings, and I learned that, like, you know how I hate massages. The only kind of massage that I like is the massage that, like, hurts me. Does that make sense? Where I the only kind of massage I like is the massage where someone is, like, beating the shit out of my back. That is the only kind of massage that I like.
I actually have a problem where if I get a pleasant massage, I hurt later.
I feel deeply uncomfortable.
I've gotten some very, like, pleasant feeling massages, and my body felt like I was in a car wreck for 3 days afterwards.
I get very uncomfortable when people touch me. I don't care for it much. So, like, I need, like, boo, 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 boo. Turns out that, like, I also like that with my teeth. It transpires that, like, when the dentist is, like, being gentle on my teeth, I hate it. But they do this, like, particular cleaning where they take this terrible water jet and they, like, kick the crap out of your teeth. And that I am hugely fond of, it turns out. And I learned that while at the dentist appointment. But I can't get sidetracked on that. I went to the dentist. I went to the urologist. I went to I went to a cardiologist because I was having some I had been having some mild chronic chest pain for some months, and I went to a cardiologist, and they said, whatever it is, it's not your heart, don't eat so much spicy food. So it was an expensive statement, but I was happy that I got it. And these are in addition to my standard psychiatry appointments and STD tests, which I strongly recommend to everyone everywhere.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay. Yeah, that one's done.
That's sick.
Yeah.
I think I will give you, since that one's done, I think I'll give you 600 for that.
I love it. I think that is reasonable. Boop, boop. Shrink this down a little bit. And why don't you give me that color? If I can find it. No? No, you're just not gonna do it? Okay. It's just gonna be white then. Cool. Give me 600. All right, Zach, tell me about yours.
Well, build a custom bass guitar. And specifically, I stated that had to be really cool. And the interesting thing about that one is that I didn't do it at all.
It's gonna be a theme. There it goes. It's gone. Woo! Yeah. Okay. Bye.
The second one I had was release an album that becomes a friend's favorite, and I released technically you could say 3 albums this year. I released my cover album. It was the songs that inspired Rinkaria, the album I released last year. I released a new album of originals called A Boyfriend from Beyond, and I released the instrumental version of that album. I also technically released the instrumental version of Rinkaria this year, but it was just instrumentals I made years prior. But Tom, I also released a album of mashups on my other channel, but that one was significantly less popular and I didn't give it a ton of publicity. Tom, you are a friend of mine. In fact, you were laser targeted for this resolution. Is one of those albums one of your favorites?
Zach, I am overwhelmingly happy to say that on the list of my favorite albums, like at the top, my favorite album is Pink Floyd's The Wall, and there's a bunch of others that are clustered at like 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm very glad to say that added to that cluster is the Cafe on Campus. And I think that you should.
Really? That was not the one I was expecting.
That's a good one. But the boyfriend, specifically, like that ass dude, specifically, the Boyfriend from Beyond is extremely good, but oh my God, it's so heavy. Holy shit. Yeah. That shit is fucking dark and scary and good. Like really good. Really, really, really good.
But I've yet to make an album that's a pleasant listen all the way through.
No, incorrect. The Bangers from Beyond is a goddamn joy cover to cover.
You know, that's fair. The instrumentals are fun cover to cover. And while it does get progressively spookier, it just does it in a way that like a horror video, not even like a horror video game, like a mildly spooky video game soundtrack.
Like that. If you swapped the Binding of Isaac soundtrack for that, like I would notice, but in a very good way.
It would just add a like 2000s club aesthetic to the Binding of Isaac. And you know what? That sounds fun.
Great. Incredible. Overwhelming success. 850 points. Reasonable?
Thank you. Yeah, that is absolutely reasonable.
All right. This has been on my resolution list for 3 years straight. Some variant of eat food from restaurants on no more than 30 days. And it didn't work. I failed that shit in June.
You actually made it longer the 2 years prior.
I did. The 2 years prior, I made it to November, and I failed on like the same week, and I just crashed and burned in June. It was
Didn't you
great.
actually give yourself like 6 extra days this year too?
I did. It was a disaster. It was terrible. Oh my God! Hell yeah!
It was not an easy year, and food is an easy coping mechanism.
It is absolutely.
Yeah. I
have had. Oh gosh, how do I phrase? This having this resolution on does keep giving me like a focus. It forces me to be aware of how much I'm eating out, which is a turn of phrase we should change probably. But no, that didn't happen. And you're gonna love this, Zach. You may find a resolution on my next list familiar. Jumping out of a plane, would have loved to do it. I just didn't have the money.
No, yeah,
Yep.
both like the meal and the jumping out of a plane are fun ones. I understand that 1 year might not be the year for it, and this year, I think I'm gonna have fond memories of this year, and they're gonna be interspliced between some of the least fond memories I ever have. And I think that stress eating was a good crutch.
Yeah.
And
It was
jumping out of a plane would have been a good crutch if it was affordable.
Yeah, and like it wasn't the year for no restaurants, you know.
It wasn't the year for no restaurants.
It wasn't the year.
People were too bummed and stressed to even really enjoy jumping out of a plane.
Yeah.
I feel like jumping out of a plane has to be like a capstone to a good week.
Yeah. All right.
D-Star in the chat says, I enjoyed the album Boyfriend from Beyond. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's really good.
I'm glad I found an audience.
All right, Zach. What's your number 3? How'd it go?
Number 3, spend 30 days doing activities with family. I did it. I spent at least 30 days, more than that, spending time with my family. I stayed up, and my family's all from Buffalo. I live most of the time in the greater Philadelphia area, although I keep zipping around to the point that I've lived in 4 different counties in a period of less than 4 years, less than 3 years, actually. I move around a lot, but it's been tough to spend a lot of dedicated time with my family. So whenever I was working, when I was in between jobs for like a little bit over 2 months, I was back up here in Buffalo. I say back up here, I'm back in PA right now, but back in Buffalo with my family, trying to find a way to do something with a family member every day that I could. I would watch my mom's very busy. She, like me, is an intensely busy person. I got it from her. My brother doesn't like to leave the house that much, and my dad is a lot like my brother in that he doesn't like to leave the house unless you give him a really, really, really good reason. And my grandma will leave the house specifically for bingo. But I found ways to hang out with them. I watched TV shows with my mom. We talked about House of the Dragon, which she's watching. I went to like our friendly local game shop to buy minis with my brother. I helped my grandma watch the dog because she lives with my mom. And when my mom's out, she has to watch a Labrador pit bull mix, who is a lot of a handful when you're not in your 80s. And I have to imagine is more of a handful when you are in your 80s.
Wow. Wow. My dog can't bake at all. And your Labrador pit bull can mix?
No, she's a DJ.
My Labrador pit bull doesn't just press a button. My Labrador pit bull mixes.
He's got the mixer board. Yeah.
I gotta go watch my Labrador pit bull mix. Anyway.
And with my dad, I would just go over and chat with him. Occasionally watched. I got him years ago. I got him into competitive Dota 2 as a spectator sport, and we still watch together. I actually watch more Dota when I'm hanging out with him than I do otherwise. Those are some of the activities. I'm so glad, after not spending a lot of time with him in previous years, that I did this year. And yeah, that's the story of that one.
Zach, I was gonna I wrote down 800 and then I wanted to erase it and drop it to like 675 or something, but like 30 days is a lot.
And I like cleared this one by a lot.
Yeah,
it was not like it was tight.
Like honestly, take it.
I was over half before I started my first job, and then I spent 2 months back home.
Zach, how did your alcohol tokens go?
I did it.
I did
it. I have a list of holidays that people can dispute if they want, but it was pretty major holidays, birthdays of people I'm close to. Only if I'm celebrating with them. I can't like ignore you on your birthday and then drink. And then specific sporting events that may or may not happen. I do want to point out that one of the days was any day the Buffalo Bills make the playoffs, and in the year 2024 they did that twice, which was very nice of them to allow me to get drunk twice in 1 year.
They did do that. They did clinch twice in 1 year.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, rules as written. That was that did not expend a token either time. But I had 1 token remaining at the end of the year. I did not drink excessively. I did not stress drink at all, pretty much for the whole year. A big problem I had in previous years, often caused by the word as written of Resolution 8. That often causes you to stress drink. And usually the months of October and the first week, sometimes week and change of November, I would be so stressed that I would get home, throw on pajamas, pour myself a pretty heavy mixed drink, and lay down on a bed, drinking and browsing my laptop until I was disoriented enough to sleep. That was the only way to deal with the stress. I don't want to say I was alcoholic because I wasn't, but I was sure stress drinking at a level that I was not cool with, and I didn't do that at all this year. What I did do is stress eat. So your mileage may vary on whether I did the better thing or not.
Man, dude, first off, absolutely you did the better thing, right? If given the choice between excessive eating and excessive drinking, you should go to McDonald's every day. But like, even setting that aside, that it is really hard to come to terms with the fact that you want to change something like that about yourself.
Yeah.
And it's really, really hard to change it.
Oh, trust me. The number of days I was like, this stress would go away with a Cosmopolitan were numerous. And a Gobbler from Wawa hits, but not quite as hard.
You're telling me that you made it from you. This was in September. This list, this last update. You're telling me that you made it from September to now only drinking 5 times, holidays excluded?
The wonderful thing about holidays is they're backloaded pretty considerably.
They are backloaded. That is true.
Yeah. Thank you, Halloween. Thank you, Christmas. Thank you, Thanksgiving. Thank you, Election Day. Although I didn't drink it all on Election Day. And you know what? It was now we're celebrating anyways. Yeah, I made it through on 5 tokens.
Zach, that's gotta be
an audit. I actually did an audit, and I had used my 1 vacation trip token and forgot about it. So I actually had 6 when I had 5. So I made it through on 6. But that's still pretty fucking good.
That's got to be a cool K, right? That's got to be 1,000.
I mean, nobody's ever done a resolution like that before.
They're hard. Yeah, I think that I was the first person to do the token resolutions, and they've spread a little bit. And to my knowledge, no one has ever completed a token resolution before. They're fucking impossible.
Get it over the finish line with 1 token to spare.
Zach, that's extraordinary. No, I'm gonna judge you harder next year, and I'm gonna be harsher with what counts as a holiday, and we'll get to that when we get there. But for right now, that's an incredible thing to do.
I've actually completely reframed that resolution.
All right.
I've learned some lessons about how that worked and how it didn't.
Okay. You okay with hopping back over to my side?
Absolutely.
Well, I am good at bike riding now.
You are very good at bike riding.
Yeah, I guess I am. It's to the point where like it's midwinter right now, and there's snow on the ground, and there's ice everywhere, and I like walk out to the window, and I'm like, I want to ride my bike.
But unfortunately, for all the good things about the area where we live, there is just a good stretch of the year where you cannot safely bike.
Yeah, I'm like, there's chemicals in my brain that I don't like right now, and I just want to like go. I want to get on my bike because that puts the good chemicals in my brain. That makes my, and like, I get to, I've been listening to Spanish audiobooks the last like month. And like, man, I was just like, I want to listen to my audiobook and ride my bike. That sounds great. Yeah, that's done. I said become competent in a new sport. The sport that I picked was biking, which I have not done consistently since I was a teenager. I ran that by you, and between the two of us, we decided that counted as new. And I competed in the Ride for Roswell. This wonderful community raised $100 for Roswell Park Cancer Institute, by the way.
Incredible.
Sponsored me on my bike ride. And I trained very hard over the spring and summer, and I rode 30 miles in that ride. Felt pretty good. So I did do that.
That's incredible. Honestly, like for this as written, I probably would have given you 750-ish, but you knocked this one out of the park multiple times. When we talk to each other a lot, we go on like at least once a week, have like a 45-minute plus phone call, and at least once a month have a 3-hour plus phone call. In fact, one of those 3-hour plus phone calls led to us saying we should probably have a YouTube channel for every time we talk about ASOIAF Ice and Fire.
Yeah.
Here we are right now.
And here we are.
Multiple times in our long phone calls, you would just be on the phone, decide you wanted to bike somewhere to like a store or something, bike to the store, walk through the store, bike back, and still be on the phone with me.
Yeah.
And I could not understand a fucking word you said when you were biking because you were going so hard at it. The proof is in the pudding in this one. I lived through you getting good at this resolution. I'm gonna have to give you the full 1,000. You really knocked this one out of the park.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. That one felt pretty good.
Yeah.
There it is. Pickling things sometimes with a resolution bowl, and this is okay. Sometimes you realize that you're doing something and that you just don't like it. That it's not something that interests you, and that you could like force yourself to do it, but you don't have to. That's why you have 12 resolutions. You can just not do it. And like
then you tried something and you know that like you gave it an honest effort.
Yeah, and I was pickling things. I pickled like 10 things, and I realized that it was one of the things that was giving me heartburn, so I stopped.
Hey, you learned something that bettered your life.
Yeah, I did. Like strictly this is part of the thing, right? This had a benefit, and I decided that I didn't want to anymore, and that was just the end of it.
Yeah, you learned to have less vinegar in your diet.
Yeah. All right, Zach, talk to me about your Jeep.
First of all, hello, knee sleeper. Knee sleeper. I'm not sure I pronounced that. Well, good news, bad news, goodish news, and worse news. All in this one. Tom, my Jeep that I had at the beginning of this year is paid off.
Yeah.
Tom, the Jeep that I had at the beginning of this year is undrivable.
Yeah.
It is paid off because in a deal I made with my grandmother to get her car so she could get a new one, she agreed to pay off my old one and add that to the amount she's charging me, which is well below market rate, and I appreciate it. And the worst news is due to being stranded in a state that I'm trying to move out of without a vehicle, and having to get up to a different state to procure a new vehicle, I did not make any appreciable chips on my credit card debt, which is to say I made appreciable chips and then used those credit I built up to bail me out of not having a vehicle. So the answer is my Jeep is paid off if you put a bunch of asterisks next to it.
One of the cool things about this is like the restaurant token resolution. Every time I like think about going out to a restaurant, it's like in the back of my mind. It's hard to not remember it. Similarly, like does like keeping your credit card resolution has keeping that in the back of your brain been helping you use your credit card less?
It stopped me from taking out a new credit card.
Hell
So did
yeah.
my rapidly declining credit score. But uh,
Hey, one
and I
problem at a
didn't
time,
take
dude.
a.
One problem at a time.
No, I'm just going for the comedy out of this. And I could have taken out a loan, and I looked into it, and I'm like, I'm going to get hosed on this, and it made me focus in on finding better ways to get me through periods of financial difficulty. Uh, I have a resolution that is a lot more better to this year to be practical about like paying off cards. And the wonderful thing is, since I got this vehicle from a family member instead of immediately running out to a dealership like I did last time and see what I could get, I waited, talked to somebody. I figured something out. I can now pay back my grandma on a time scale that isn't, X amount of money every other month. And that will make it easier for me. So I've set myself up to have a year where I can focus a little bit on paying down debt.
So
And yeah,
the
I
resolution.
did get something,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
which was clarity on finances.
The resolution didn't go the way that you wanted it to, but you were in a better place financially than you were. Even if a lot of that is like mental reorganization on the whole business. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, and also I was able to, uh, in having my Jeep being only a couple $100s away from being paid off, I did not try and keep it on the road to my financial detriment. I could have borrowed 12 or the 2,000 plus dollars to keep it on the road, knowing that that would only probably keep it on the road for another year. I said that that was not worth it, and I tried to come up with a better long term plan. So maybe better a long term plan.
Okay. I think I would say again.
Oh, I was just saying hello to Ford Choose here.
That is hello, Forge. That is probably an 8, 9, or 1,000. I would like to give you 400 points.
Please give me lower than that.
I would like to give you 300 points.
Thank you. I'll take that.
You got it. Because, I don't know, if your Jeep is technically paid off, it's technically paid off. I don't know what you want from me.
Yeah, that's true.
And I know we're not trying to scum each other, but we can afford a little bit of scum.
In the spirit of giving partials, where you deserve partials, I would have given you 500 for pickle 50 things. You did 10, so I'll give you 100 for that.
Thank you. That's, you know what? Honestly, I'll take it. That means a lot.
You made an appreciable effort.
I did. I pickled some stuff. No one can tell me I didn't. All right, Zach. How about your number 6?
Weigh in at or below 199 pounds in December. So I have a spreadsheet. I have too many spreadsheets.
Spreadsheet?
I have too many bare bones spreadsheets, and one of them is called Analog Noom, because Noom is expensive, and I didn't want to buy it again. But I remember most of the lessons.
All right.
And I weighed in at the beginning of the year at about 228-ish pounds. And then I realized that I was going up. On June 4th, I weighed at 235 pounds, actually closer to 236. And I tracked my calories very well. I was able to stay under my calorie goal for pretty much every day. I got a mild amount of exercise in, and I did that from the 6th, from 6/4 all the way through 7/9, and then on 7/10 I started was that when I started a new job? I think that was roughly around when I started a new job. There is a brief moment in late June where I lost my mind. That if you time it up, it seems like I watched some sort of very distressing presidential debate the night before, and it took me 3 days to get out of it. But that couldn't possibly be what happened.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Then I failed to track my calories all the way until the 18th of November, which I did for 2 days and then stopped. A few days ago, I clocked in at the weight I've been holding since October, which is about 245 pounds. So no, I made some serious progress and then undid it all. It was a very stressful year. A lot of bad shit happened, not just to the world in general, but to me personally. And this was not the year to try and lose weight.
Yeah, like honestly, right. This was not the year to stop eating at restaurants, and it was not the year to try to lose weight. It just wasn't the year.
I picked a bad year to stop sniffing glue.
Zach, is that a no?
That's a fully failed.
That's a no. Okay. You know, that's all right. That's all right. They can't all be winners. That's why we have 12 resolutions. This is a tough year. This year sucked in a whole bunch of ways.
Yep.
And you know what? That's sometimes when the year sucks, you go and get a turkey burger, and eat and two things of waffle fries. Oh, and like
waffle fries are great.
Oh, like a bowl of chili.
Point out the very first year we did Resolution Bowl, there was a global pandemic, as it turns out.
Yeah.
That messed with a lot of people's resolutions.
Yeah. One of my resolutions was go to another country,
which very quickly became unfeasible.
It didn't happen.
We did lower stakes in previous Resolution Bowls. One was there's a bar we both liked in Buffalo, and we would go to karaoke, and they'd sometimes give people awards for being the best performer of the night. And I had a goal to get 2 awards from that bar, and I got 1 in January, and then in February, that karaoke night did not exist for another 2 years.
Yeah. Yep. Funnily enough, we split that award. We tied. He gave us both prizes.
Yeah. You had a side bet to win more awards than I did. We both put points on it, and we both won an award on the same night. And then, because they're giving away extra awards that night, which we didn't know.
And then stuff happened.
And then
Anyway.
Somebody sneezed. And it was all over. Somebody across the world sneezed, and it was over.
Anyway, I would like to, in my next 2, I'd like to talk about the one that makes me sad first.
Please do.
I am striking this. I don't. Nothing about that plan went according to plan. It ended up being kind of a fucking disaster. Such a disaster that I don't really want to talk about it on air. And like, you know, I talk about a lot of shit, and I don't want to do it.
That's a little close to the chest, and I get it.
Yeah. So I am going to call that a failure and say that I have learned a lot about houses, family, and what I am capable of, and leave it at that, and say that I have grown as a person, and I think that was lofty.
Can if I can try and put one silver lining on this, if you're cool with that?
If I'm honest, I think that I would just like to move on from it.
Entirely fair.
Yeah. Yep. We're just striking that one. We're striking that one, and it would make me feel better to get a goose egg on it than to try to salvage some of it. And I would rather
I wasn't going to give you points. I was just going to compliment the work you did put in. But if you don't want to do that, then that's fine.
I appreciate you. I really do. And I know that you mean it. But that one's gone. But I do want to talk about my number 6. What I had intended to do with this resolution was show up to this party with 4 cookies. But there absolutely must be a point where you have to decide whether your physical health is worth the bit. And if I was at this moment 198 pounds, it would be worth the bid. But I'm not. I've been very migraine-y this week, and if I ate 4 cookies, I would be I'd be having a really bad day. But if I was 198 pounds, I would be like, well, am I willing to? It would be pretty funny though. But I'm not. I'm 202 pounds. The goal was to get down to 198 pounds and then eat 2 pounds of cookie, thereby being exactly 200 pounds and exactly 1% cookie by weight. And I got really goddamn close, and I am happy with my weight. I accept that I did not hit exactly the weight that I wanted, but I discovered that I enjoyed my diet. I was really enjoying my diet. It's a really healthy diet that I'm on right now, and I'm in it. And I would have had to change it to be able to really hit that mark in time, and it wasn't worth it. And I'm very comfortable with the weight that I'm at right now. I still want to be lower, but I no longer feel like I need to be lower. And even though I didn't get to exactly where I wanted to, and even though I didn't actually do the bit, I really feel that this is the thing that I accomplished most this year, and I'm really happy with it.
No, you knocked it out of the park. This is the most I think anybody's ever lost weight. A weight loss resolution was to do it for the meme points, and even if you didn't get there, this was fun. I was checking in on you, Tom. I don't think I've ever seen you this thin in the God. What is it? We met in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
The 12 years I've known you, you have never been as fit as you are right now. I am impressed.
Hang on, let me just
several of my resolutions next year are
let me just
basically
thirst trap you here real fast. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Multiple resolutions on my list for next year could be combined to say a mega resolution of don't let Tom be noticeably thinner than you. I would have given you the full 1,000 if you ate the cookies on stream. As is, I'll give you 950.
I appreciate you.
The 50 was for the extra 50 was for the meat.
The extra 50 was for the cookies. The extra 50 was for the cookies. And like legitimately, if I was 198, I would have done it. I would have done it because I really did want to do it. It's a really good bit, but I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. Funnily enough, Zach, you have seen me thinner than this.
Really?
Yeah, I currently at my weight right now, I am 202, 203. My all-time gold is 190. 190 is the fittest I have ever been as an adult, and that was when I was living in DC.
That makes a ton of sense. Because you were walking every day and probably not getting paid well enough to eat really a ton.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good combination to walk a lot and be poor. Luckily, as you've seen from my resolutions, I've set myself up really well for that by destroying my car and running out of money.
I found a diet that really works for me. And an exercise regimen that really works for me, and I really like it. I feel good. I feel like I look good. Well, I feel like I look okay.
You look great. Like legitimately.
That's what people keep telling me. I don't know why everyone's lying about it. I don't think that I think that I have like lion tamer chaired the pre-diabetes that plagues my family over the last year. That's not to say that I, that there are no health concerns that I will have to deal with, but I think that one is lower on the list now, especially considering really how I was eating and how I was feeling about myself. I feel much better now.
Yeah.
That one feels good.
That's phenomenal. Like, out of all the successes this year, I think that's the most like immediate visual and like sustainable. Like, if you are really happy with the diet you're on and the amount of like exercise you get, you can continue to lose weight. And also, like, the once you do drop below 200, if you could probably submarine it a bit, and even if you start to lax on your diet a little bit or not exercise as much, you've got a lot of lead time before you'll be back up to where you were before.
Oh yeah. And I know what happened. I was on trajectory to hit it, and then the snows came. And I wasn't biking every day anymore.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the snows actually came earlier than I would have thought this year.
Yeah. Like I was biking every day through like the middle of September, and then it started to get really fucking cold, and I just couldn't do it anymore. And I just had to go inside. For reference, I was 232 at the beginning of this year, and I am 202. Yep, just about an even 30 pounds. Feels pretty good.
That's I think the most weight anybody's ever lost via resolution bowl.
Yeah. And I have a diet that I think I can maintain that weight. And like, I know, like over this whole winter, the whole winter from like September to now, it says right here, 9 pounds to go. So I would have been 207. I've gone from 207 to 202 in 5 months. I now have a diet and exercise regimen that will have me maintaining a healthy weight, and that's what I wanted to do. And I feel like I'm on it. Yeah. All right, Zach, talk to me about your YouTube videos.
We have a counting discrepancy here. Would you count if I release an album and that album contains songs that are uploaded to YouTube and pushed to one of my channels to be those individual YouTube videos that are auto-created to be videos?
Interesting.
Because
I mean, like if I upload a video to YouTube Shorts and I use one of those automated systems to push it to TikTok, have I uploaded 2 videos? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the sake of my points, you're goddamn right.
Then I cleared the first one because I definitely have over 100 by that count. I have like 116 by that count. The second half, including a 30-day song challenge, I kept having a problem where I was moving frequently this year for work, which we will get to in the very next resolution, as I have many stories to tell. And it was very hard for me to have a consistent music working setup, a problem that I still have and I'm trying to resolve for this upcoming year of resolutions. That has been a challenge. However, on my DJ Zoda channel, there is currently an unlisted video called a 30-day song challenge, which has all the songs I made but did not publish this year. And are there 30 of them? No. Are there 15 of them? No. Are there slightly less than 15 of them? Yes. By the letter of the resolution, it's accomplished. By the spirit of the resolution, it ain't.
Get that shit out of here. Was it the first or the second year where you had to like upload an ARG?
Two friends of mine have a Let's Play channel that only ever got to like 100, 200-ish. I can check exactly how many subscribers they got. They were Let's Players and streamers for a year. Actually appeared on a few episodes of their live streams. Man, I cannot actually find them. Their name was so generic, they're impossible to Google. And is this them? Oh my god, no, they're so fucking ungoogleable. They had the channel and they were basically done with it. They knew they weren't going to continue doing it, and I was going to turn it into an ARG. We were going to have the channel, which had been like not live for a good like year and change, and I was going to have them come back, but it was going to be an ARG where weird things would start happening during the Let's Plays. And what happened instead was I just didn't do any of that, but I did say I would make a video with that as the title, and it'll be why it didn't work. And then I also didn't do that. And then I uploaded a 10-second video of nothing with that title. It said
titled the ARG. Yes.
I got no points, but everybody got a good chuckle.
But it was funny.
And in homage to that, the second half of this resolution.
Zach, how much do I get for this one? Down here.
For which one?
This one.
Hold on. I'm 5 minutes behind on stream.
Upload 75 combined videos. How many do I get for that
one? For that one, I would probably give you 800.
All right, you can take 800. Fucking roll that shit back. How many do I get for that one?
750.
No, come on.
For 75 videos.
No, some of those are like 0 effort Tom Silver shorts.
Oh, you're right. Wait, no, actually, yeah, I guess so. Just from our main channel and our second channel, you did a good number, actually.
Yeah, but those are also 0 effort.
Oh, in that case, I should give you 0 for it because we never put effort into a video in our lives.
There it is. 0. 0 it is. You get nothing for the YouTube videos.
No, you get 600 for 11.
That sounds correct. All right. And you can take the same for your 100 YouTube videos.
I appreciate that. Knock that down to 550. I didn't do the goal.
There we go. All right, now you're number 8.
Number 8, I knocked this one out early without giving too much about my personal life away, but also making it so if you were really curious, you could easily Google everything. I got to try and find a nice medium between those two. There is a prominent progressive state senator who may or may not be the only Democratic socialist elected in the city or the state of Pennsylvania, whose district is contained wholly in the city of Philadelphia.
Okay.
I will give no more definitions of this man with a very soothing and interesting sounding voice. I'll give no more details about this guy, but I ran his petition program. We did incredible on getting him back on the ballot. He was easily back on the ballot. And then I led a program that I'd never run before, but I was taught by our wonderful campaign manager. And I helped spearhead a petition challenge program for his opponent. I helped gather I kept track of it somewhere and forgot, but I want to say somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 signatures for our esteemed candidate, who I really like, and his opponent, who sucked. It was not a good candidate. Got 1,200 signatures. You can challenge signatures if they're invalid. Invalid means that they don't live in the district, were not registered in the proper primary for the party. Pennsylvania is a closed primary state, so in a Democratic primary, only registered Democrats can vote, and therefore can only they can sign a petition. Have to live in the state, have to be a registered voter. Address has to match with what's on record, stuff like that. These are pretty simple things. What they need you to do is live in the district, be a registered member of the party, and correctly write down your name and address. the opponents ran such a shoddy program that they had a 10% validity rate. They had 120 valid signatures. They needed 700. We were challenging on the court for that when I was asked to further investigate the candidate to realize that he did not actually live in the district. Our opponent just straight up committed what an expert told me is fraud, and allegedly, and he dropped out and he cruised to re-election with no opponents in the primary. His district is safe enough that once he won the primary, he was a shoo-in for the general. He won the primary, he won the general, and that was a major victory. I then worked on another campaign where I helped increase turnout on college campuses by an insane amount, but unfortunately that didn't actually make the difference that we wanted it to make. But I put a ton of effort into my campaigns this year, and that one will forever be my most fun campaign memory. I've always wanted to say I knocked somebody off the ballot. I've been doing campaign stuff for 10 years now. I never knocked somebody off the ballot. It was always like a pipe dream of mine. It is no longer a pipe dream. It is one of my favorite stories to tell people over drinks. Tom, you've heard the full story. It is even more convoluted and funnier. I think you can say with confidence.
Yeah, it is a hell of a story. Take your 1,000 points, you scumlord. Take them. I don't want them. You think I want your points?
If you ever wondered what major success in politics feels like, it does feel like winning the Super Bowl. I haven't won the Super Bowl yet, but I have to imagine that that's what it feels like.
No, it feels better. It feels better. Ask Michael. Yeah. He's won a Super Bowl. All right, I'm hopping back over to my side.
Yeah.
Game show pilot. Get it out of here.
Tragedy.
Just didn't happen. Not that I didn't want to. Just didn't happen. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. You know, yeah. Sometimes you want to do a thing and you just fucking can't find the time. You get distracted by writing, writing fucking stoner comedy scripts. You find other things that you get distracted by, and stoner comedy script does not get points for that.
Nope. Even though it was really
funny. Okay, I have publish a board game or book. Let's talk about it. Yeah. I have board games that are done-ish, but I didn't publish any of them because this year sucked. And like a whole bunch of shit went to hell. But I do like kind of have a book that is like kind of being published.
I was gonna say, you self-published it via YouTube, which I think is
no, that's not fair. Don't give me those points. I don't want them like that.
You don't want full points. I don't think I can give you full points.
I would like half points for this because the book is done and I busted my ass doing it, but it is not published. I have been, I think, reasonably wishy-washy on how to get it done, and I've decided how I'm going to get it done, and it is not done yet. Give me half points.
That's fair. I would have given you 900 for this. I think I'll give you 450.
That's fair. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want them all. I don't deserve them all. But I did work really hard on it, so I don't want nothing.
That's fair.
Okay.
And honestly, I haven't finished reading it yet, but what I have read is some of the best writing you've ever done.
How would you know? You didn't read the last one.
I read a fair amount of the last one. You know what? Maybe in the back 48% of the last one, it got really good. It was pretty good before that, too.
How dare you?
I gotta say, the first half was pretty good.
Okay. All right. Zach, you're number 9. Finish 6 unfinished projects.
I thought I was on the road to failing this one, and then I completed it on accident. I have unfinished projects list because it said I could help people finish other projects that had been proposed or started or abandoned or needed to, whatever. So my lo-fi cover album I finished last year, but it needed a complete revamp. Basically, I cut half the. I think I cut more than half the songs and replaced several of them. I re-recorded all the vocals. I had a meme mashup album that is done. It's called YouTube Raised Me. It's on my DJ Soda channel.
It's good.
The Boyfriend from Beyond was partially finished. I completed it this year. I have
good.
exciting news, Tom. I have a working version of Smoke Filled Room.
Oh, yeah.
I revamped that Dead project from 2020. I did a video I've been stuck on for a while. I wanted to do a mashup using Marissa Stole the Precious Thing and my favorite songs with an animated music video. And then do like a visual parody of it, which I did on the DJ Soda channel this year. And then I also finished my most complicated song for a video game soundtrack. I called it The Antagonist. People who play TNO, the Hearts of Iron 4 mod, might know it as Antagonism. I did the song with vocals. I wanted to do video game music with vocals for a while now. I started working on it last year and didn't finish it. It is like done now. I had to make an instrumental version. I had to clean up the vocals before I published it on my channel, but that one is done so. And in addition, I want to point out, Tom, that we talked about and started and never finished in 2023 a explaining things speedrun video series, which we did both do one of this year. We explained. I did a Air Bud explained up to the point there's a dog pun. You did Yu-Gi-Oh explained, and I was along for the ride. And in addition, sometime in 2023, we talked about maybe doing theory stuff with another sort of material, and horror was one of the things that was suggested. And then we really focused on it this year, and I did contribute 2 videos to that series, one of which still isn't published. We have that coming out as a surprise-ish thing sometime soon. And I think that puts me up at like well over 6, at least, if you are not count some of them. I think that those all should count as unfinished projects.
I think so too. I think that all of those are excellent additions. I think that they are all high quality. None of them are phoned in. Absolutely full marks. I think that if I was scoring it, I think I would probably give it a 750. How's that sound? Does that seem about right?
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah, the speedrun explained bit we talked about doing, and we decided that it is more work than we think it's worth. And the horror videos, we decided that we actually love, and we just haven't gotten around to making more of them, but we really want to.
we got one in the tank that we recorded, which is pretty good. And we will definitely record more. Actually, I think every time we've recorded, we've lamented that we didn't have more time and energy because we want to do another horror.
I want to do horror stuff. I want to do a horror video because I love those. By the way, Michael says, if you remember it months later and suddenly your whole day is better, it might feel like winning a Super Bowl.
Yes, that is indeed what it feels like.
All right. All right, Zach, how about 6 meals? 6 meals for every day of the week?
For every meal of the day, learn 6 good meals for every meal of the day. I didn't really do this. I learned several. I made a couple really nice desserts. I learned how to make ice cream. I bought an ice cream maker. I made a very good peppermint and hot cocoa ice cream that me and a friend ate all of. The only thing I can think that gets points towards this is I started spending a disproportionate amount of time with somebody who's vegan this year, and I learned how to remake a lot of meals in a vegan style, but it's not nearly enough to count towards what this was. And also, when I was grilled on how we made those meals, it turns out I remembered considerably less than I would have liked. So I don't know if I can say I did this one. What I can say was, on the road to trying to do this one, I developed passion for making unique ice cream flavors, and I'm very happy about that. That is worth more than points to me.
That seems like very similar to the pickle resolution.
Yeah.
Where like you were gonna, and it just like sort of didn't happen.
Yeah. What I learned is I really only like making breakfast and dessert.
So
And for dinner, I just want to throw something in an oven and call it done.
why don't you have 100 points?
I'll take 50.
You know what? You'll take 100 and be happy with it.
Okay, that's fine.
Zach, I didn't make any mead.
This is a tragedy because one of my holidays was any day on which you share your mead with me.
Yeah, it just didn't, you know. I still would, but, you know, I don't know.
Funnily enough, somebody else in a previous resolution bowl had make mead as a resolution. They also didn't do it. So nobody in resolution bowl history has made mead.
This is something I don't know why this year. I think it's because I've been on like a much cleaner diet, a much less like super like carb and sugary diet, that alcohol has been making me feel much less good than it used to.
Me too. I think we might just be getting old.
No, well, maybe. But also like on the days when I do, like there were a couple of days this year when I ate like a whole chicken finger pizza. And man, on those days I could drink. Fat Tom could drink way better than current Tom. And like one of the consequences like of all that is like when I'm like out, I just like am not drinking. It just like kind of gives me a headache.
Yeah.
Like the amount of alcohol that I need to get drunk is the same, but the amount of alcohol that I need to feel like trash has lowered considerably. So I just like haven't been drinking, and consequently, like every time I've thought about making mead, I was like, I don't want to drink mead. I just don't. I don't want that. That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. I don't think I can dispute that at all. There was a lot of days where like people were like, you have a token left, let's go out and drink. And I was like, I feel like I'm gonna get 2 drinks and feel like a corpse.
Yeah, like I thought about getting a drink for this, and I was like, I don't know, I have a migraine.
I had a drink and a half for this, and I was gonna be like, I'm gonna come in a little spritzed and energetic, and like by the end of that like last drink, I'm like, you know,
I'm
no,
like,
I'm gonna wear a comfortable buzz at the beginning of the stream. That's gonna wear off by halfway through.
I'm like, I would much rather eat a bunch of edibles before to start the stream. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, no mead. And I 100% uploaded 75 videos. I'm pretty sure that I cleared 200, but I didn't count.
No, I think that you cleared a lot. You said that I only give you 600 for that, but since you cleared it by a lot, and I enjoyed many of those videos, I'm gonna give you 700.
All right. Give me 750. Give me 650 because a lot of them are zero effort.
No, you're gonna have 700. You're gonna like it.
Goddamn right. I like this. I like this show. All right, portable effects machines. Let's fire off the last 3 because I think I know how they went.
Yeah, I think I know how they all went. Also, I did not create my portable vocal effects machines. I have a Raspberry Pi still. I have not used it for anything. I did not perform at Fire Festival 2 because it was delayed until 2025. I did actually the other day send an email with links to my music saying I'd really like to be a part of Fire Festival 2. Now that it's part of a 2025, it's right around my birthday. I will play at cost. Please hit me up. And I've received nothing back from Fire Festival 2. But if they do, I'll let you know.
All right. We might have to retroactively give you some points.
Yeah, we'll talk about it if it happens.
Yep.
I would love to attend Fire Festival 2 and DashCon 2 in the same year.
Oh, hell yeah. Zach, I didn't sell any merch.
It's tragic because the t-shirt looked really crisp.
It did. You and I have had an agreement with this channel, with this whole venture, that if at any point it starts to feel like work, we both have permission to pump the brakes on it.
Yeah.
And that, like, trying to set that up, trying to schedule it, like spending money out of my own pocket to set up the domain, like working my way through, like working my way through, like manufacturers, really fucking felt like work. And this is not me saying that I won't do it, but I didn't do it because it never felt like the correct time.
There's a level of stress we're willing to go through for this. It was not like there is some stress setting up the Patreon and making sure that it was ready to roll when we announced it. And I'm very happy that we like put ourselves through that stress. And I apologize if I was like at all like stressed and stiffy during that time. It has brought us a ton of joy. And now whenever we make an outtake, whenever we have a really long intro bit, we used to just say like we have to start over. Now we make Patreon outtakes, and it's actually way more fun.
Yeah.
That was done in better times when we had a lot more free time and a lot less stress. And this year, it just never ever reached that level, and it was just not the year for it. And that's fine because next year might be the year for it.
Yeah.
Where we can get through that initial hurdle of stress to enjoy the benefits of it. It's just that this hurdle was bigger than the Patreon hurdle, and we had multiple phone calls trying to figure it out. We both raised very good concerns and plans about the logistics of merch, and ultimately decided that I think you made the right call. To do it the way we wanted to do it would take a lot of planning, investment, time, and money. And man, we really didn't want to do that.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what? I don't blame you at all.
I just really can't express how much I didn't want to do that.
Correct.
And like this year, and we'll see on some of my resolutions this year, that there are some resolutions that are like trying to treat this like a job and seeing what that feels like. If that is something that I am willing to stomach. Because like, oh my God, heaven help us both if either of us like decides that we don't like this. I love this. I love this thing. This is my favorite thing that I do. But like sifting through like 1,000 different t-shirt manufacturers and seeing how much they all cost and like the bulk prices of all of them, I just wanted to close my computer.
Yeah.
So that is not off the table. I just didn't do it. You know, I just didn't do it.
No, that's a good thing to do for future years. And I don't blame the announce for it not getting done.
All right, Zach. Go ahead.
Stress, I think it would have been worth.
All right, let's tally them up. Let's tally them up and see what happened.
Yeah.
2050, 2650, 3,800 points for Tom. 1650, 2650, 2950, 3, 45, 46, 53, 50. Let me do that again. 1, 2, 36, 5, 37, 42, 45, 52, 53, 50. 5350 for Zach and 3,800 for Tom.
That's back to back for me.
Yeah.
Which this was a pretty like close year, but I did that thing where I clutched it in the back half again.
Yeah.
Strategy is OP. We should probably nerf it.
Yeah, like the tush push. It's too powerful.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to stop and everyone just ends up using it. And if you don't use it, you just lose.
Actually, in my friend group one, I went from losing by a little bit to losing by a lot by a friend who decided to do 3 of his resolutions in a period of 3 weeks and ran ragged doing it. And you know what? I didn't even feel bad losing to that. I was probably going to lose anyways. And I respect the hustle. If somebody's like, I realized I can do these 3 things I wanted to do in 3 weeks. So what I did was work, get out of work immediately, work on the resolution repeatedly for hours, fall asleep, go to work, and do the same thing for 3 weeks on end to like finish it up, including one that wasn't even started yet. And like, no, I respect that. I respect the shit out of that.
So that's our list. How do you feel about
Tom,
this like what you got?
Congrats.
Oh, go ahead.
In spite of getting more points, I feel like the biggest benefit, like outsized, came from your 1% cookie one that by technical definitions you did not complete, but it sprinkled a lot of like good stuff into your other like fitness resolutions. It gave you a lot of health benefits, and by all of your like talk about biking, a great stress relief like habit, that like you no longer, when stressed or upset, want to gravitate towards like food or alcohol as your first choice. You want to go for a ride. So even though I won by points, I feel like in the spirit of Resolution Bowl, you did incredibly well. And I think if there was the best resolution, I don't know if I can give it to Cookie one since you didn't complete it as written, but the take up a new sport one, if we give outside awards, which we do, I'm going to have to give you the like Barry Bonds Award for knocking it out of the park, and possibly using steroids, but I can't prove that.
Zach, we should do this. I love this. Let's do 3 awards. What are the 3 awards? Yeah. I think
I'm gonna give. Who's your favorite baseball player?
I know 0 baseball players.
You must know baseball players.
I do literally know Mickey Mantle, Derek Jeter, and Babe Ruth. Those are literally the ones. I know that Booby Barber exists, but only because of who's on first.
Yeah, no, that's a good name. I'm gonna give you the Booby Barber Award for knocking it out of the park.
Okay.
I hope that Booby Barber ever went up to bat.
How about like down here?
Wait, I can't find a Booby Barber.
Is that not a real person and they just made that up and who's on first? That's pretty funny.
I'm gonna give you the Derek Jeter Award. There we go, the Jeter, for knocking it out of the park.
Vegeta. There we go. There's a baseball bat. Zach, do I get a golden baseball bat?
You get as soon as I figure out whether Derek Jeter ever did something deeply problematic.
No, I'm just getting I've given myself the golden baseball bat for knocking it out of the park.
Okay, that's fair. The golden baseball bat for knocking it out of the park. And you know what? The worst thing I can find is that he probably committed tax fraud. And you know what? Who hasn't? My lawyers advised me to say this is a joke.
My lawyers said this is a joke, okay? My lawyers have told me to say this is a joke.
My lawyers have told me to say it's a joke and to not flash my tax returns and point to all the parts that aren't a joke.
Vegeta, how far out of the park did you hit it?
Over 9,000.
Oh my god.
What does this guy say about his power level?
Giselle says we should get a "We're on take 7" t-shirt. Yeah, this is actually a great bit. Where we don't actually have consistent resolutions, we just make up we just awards, consistent awards. We just make up an award at the end of the year.
Yep, we've done that every year in my friend group. We have some wonderful. We try and keep some continuity. Now, if somebody can't make it but they can phone in, they get the Bubble Boy Memorial Award.
Zach, I would like to give you the Pink Floyd Award for Best Album.
Oh, I thank you.
And that is going to Zach number 2. Give me another one. This is fun.
Let me take a look. What's on screen right now?
I would accept a like like, I don't know, a Mr. Freeze award for coolest resolution, because I was really proud of 1% Cookie.
I'm gonna get. Oh goodness, who's
Oh, good night, Giselle. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy the VOD.
Oh, that's right on the line of whether it's too edgy or not.
No. The err on the side of caution. We're late in the video.
It was very edgy for 1945.
Oh, no, get us out of here.
All right. Well, hold on. No, I can go further back so nobody can what? Hold on. It's pronounced is it pronounced Chicxulub, the crater on the Yucatan?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you the Chicxulub award for the hottest thing to hit resolution bowl in over a million years.
Yeah.
For your 1% cookie, which multiple people who have heard about this resolution are going to try and either do it or one-up you in future years.
Oh my god. The Chicxulub Memorial Crater Award for the hottest thing to hit the resolution ball. Oh my god. Oh, that's pretty funny. And Zach, I would like to give you like I would like to give you the positive influence award. I would like to give you the is a good friend award today.
Oh, I would like to share that award with you.
You get that one.
You were a good positive influence. I felt like I was.
You're gonna take it and you're gonna like it.
You're gonna take an exact copy of it and gonna like it also.
Damn it! There we go. We both got hearts. Pyramidian says poor pussy, but it did get flagged. Zach, that's it. That's Resolution Bowl 2024.
Ooh,
that's it.
Do we want to share our 2025s?
Yeah, but this is the end of this video, right?
Right here.
Yeah. So thank you for watching, and look for the next video in a couple of minutes.
Yes.
Ready.
Thank you for watching, everybody, and please do try this at home.
Yeah, actually, please do try this at home. I want to hear about it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Happy New Year. Hello, Zach. Welcome to the party. It is 2025, and we are doing Resolution Bowl again. And we're going to do it fast because we have been recording for 3 hours.
We can do it moderately fast. I think I can be up for another hour and 10 minutes before I lose my mind.
Yeah, that seems like about the right time, but this can't be a 2-hour video.
Nope. Luckily, I got my resolutions for the year up right in front of me right here.
There is last year's, and we are getting right rid of it. There it goes. Zach won. Zach won for the second year in a row. Ain't that a thing?
And ain't that a thing? Yeah.
Ain't that a thing? Zach, congratulations last year. You did a damn good job. Oh, Pyramidian says, damn, I thought it was over. No, we're still going. That was just the end of that video.
It was the end of video 1.
You guys can keep hanging out if you want to.
We're just filming live right now. Chat, you're welcome to hang.
Yeah,
as long as you like.
Welcome to the party. Well, welcome to the party, pal. So this is going to be something
I feel bad for the appreciable amount of people who left the stream thinking it was over.
We keep on doing that. Zach.
Yeah, we do keep on doing that.
Zach Peck. I like that we've both. I like that we do that.
Yeah, that we've adopted a way that this works.
There we go. Save and save. And Zach, I say we do yours. No, we're gonna snake. We got a snake drafter, right?
Yeah, we got a snake drafter.
We got a snake. It's tradition.
It keeps it very interesting the whole way through.
We should start a club.
You're still learning things about my resolutions while I'm learning things about yours.
Here we go. Mine are not finalized, by the way.
Mine are roughly finalized. There might be one swap, or there might be a editing of the terms. We'll say that for the February video. Well, I guess this will be, but we'll say this for the late February video.
You get up here. Is that about the same size? Yeah, it is. Okay, there we go. And we're going to do this. Zach, why don't you introduce the folks at home to Resolution Bowl?
Welcome to 2025's Resolution Bowl.
But with more energy.
With the ongoing Zach versus Tom saga. Hold on, I have a cat. So Resolution Bowl is competitive New Year's resolutions. Tom and I picked 12 things that we want to say we accomplished by the end of this year. Not a calendar year, but a year in between check-ins, sometimes a little bit more. We will come up with a list of 12 things we want to accomplish. We will give each other a score based on what we think that'll be worth points-wise. At the end of the year, we'll award the points based on what was accomplished, and we will crown a winner. But the point is that we made a competition out of improving our lives to the standards we wanted to reach them. And I think that is always a wonderful, good thing to do in life, is to encourage others to succeed. And as Tom will say, Tom will not lose 30 pounds for the sake of his health, but he will lose 30 pounds to beat me in a competition. And I will not become an accomplished musician for my own sake, but I will do it to have bragging rights and dab over Tom, sometimes literally.
Internationally recognized musical artist, by the way.
And speaking here of my published author friend.
Yeah. No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Soon to be.
We'll get there. All right. Zach, I am going to ask you to do your first pick. I'm asking you to take first pick and me to take second too, because I am not ready.
Okay.
So
I will do first pick.
Before we do, why don't you give the people like a little bit of like, if you want to do this at home sort of speech.
Yeah. If you want to do this at home, it's super simple. We found many ways to do it over the year. We do our check-ins for the video. We save the image. We keep track of scores. Sometimes we even remember to do that. And we find a way to gather an award. We do an award like stream where we crown the winner every year for these videos. I have a group of friends that do this IRL. We meet in my house and host a party. People will stand in the middle of the room and present all their successes and failures throughout the year. We give out literal awards, usually little trinkets or 3D printed trophies, and side awards. We keep track of everything in a Discord server where people have a channel for their resolutions, and the scores are placed in there. Other people I know have used spreadsheets. A lot of different ways to keep track of who's doing what and how much you think it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
A couple
Forge is doing like a whole thing.
A couple of my friends and I are working on a website for this also, which is pretty neat. And yeah, a lot of like good ways to do this. And all we ask is that the way we do it is we score informally between 100 and 1,000. We've had people give 1,100s or 1,200s in the past for things they thought were practically impossible, but strongly discouraged. 1,000 for things that are very difficult and would be very good for somebody in the way they want to live their life is usually the two metrics we guide by is how much of a challenge it is and the benefits of completing it. So something that is like modestly challenging but vastly improves your life might be worth more points than something that is just as challenging but might not improve your life as much. This is subjective. Hand out the points as you see fit.
Yeah, it is subjective. It's all subjective.
Yeah. So long as you score points with what's in your heart about what you think is good for like a resolution. The only thing we say is don't make resolutions that actively like encourage you to make it tougher or put down or make it less likely that somebody succeeds one of their resolutions. It's about helping each other, lifting each other up, congeniality and all that. And also don't do a resolution that would make your life objectively worse by like all standards, because I'm not going to give that any points. I'm going to give that 0 points.
Yeah.
Otherwise, 100 should be for like relatively trivial and easy things. Not that you can't do a 100-point resolution, but like ones that shouldn't require all that much effort. And 1,000 for like the real knock it out of the park, make your life better ones. And then find a way to gather everybody to check in a year later and see who did what and crown a winner accordingly.
Yeah, and spam that shit in the Discord so that we can see it.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. I have some wonderful photos from my party that we have every year. We have a bake-off. It's part of it. We had a cocktail contest this year. We had like people presenting live some of the things they made. One of my very good friends who ended up winning this year. If you've ever played Rhythm Heaven, it's the Nintendo rhythm game where it's these cute cartoon characters doing things. You have to sync it up to a song. There is a way you can make Rhythm Heaven remixes for any song. He had no serious musical experience before this. He learned how it worked, and he made some really good custom levels, and he played them live at the Resolution Bowl party. We were all just silently like bopping along with the music. It was a great time. So another thing that's encouraged for this is you show your work, because it's a great way to fondly remember what you accomplished in a year and celebrate that.
Yeah, and make them don't hesitate to make them kind of flashy. Flashy sells.
Yeah, flashy sells.
Like the difference between lose 30 pounds and be 1% cookie is significant.
Yes. Make it fun. This is supposed to be a fun way for you and your friends to work on the things you want to work out of life, hold each other to account for it, and celebrate when it's successful.
All right, Zach. Oh, I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm actually really excited.
I think the rolling out of the new resolutions is one of my favorite times of the year.
Yeah.
It is almost midnight. It is a minute from midnight, and I feel like amped, actually.
Yeah.
I know that I will pay for that later, but right now I'm not thinking about that. Tom, you wanted me to go first with my first resolution.
I would. I have mine. I'm ordering them currently.
Tom, my first resolution is finish my backyard bar and serve a mixed drink to someone sitting at the bar.
Oh my God.
Finish, so you can write it down as finish my backyard bar and serve at least one drink.
Serve a drink at my bar. That is actually perfectly sized. Yeah. Is this just for the sake of like space economy? I need to make sure that that they are.
For clarity, can you put in parentheses after that? I currently don't have a bar.
You're right. Open parentheses. She loves you. That I don't have close parentheses. Save. Good. Close. And this will allow me to go Control T, and you can scooch down just a hair, just a little bit. There we go. Oh my God, yeah. Because we spend months, like the entire year, we're just like spitballing resolutions.
Yeah.
And trying to decide which ones to do. And I don't know. I have no idea which ones you picked.
Yeah, I think I mentioned offhandedly most of these. I think there's a few true surprises in here, but only a few.
Okay.
Actually, maybe only one or two.
I have a handful of true
Yeah,
surprises also.
that's good. And I I've talked about this one. I've talked about making my backyard has a like very nice. You've seen it, very nice like stone patio area with a like overhanging canopy. And the wonderful thing about my house is that my mom recently got married for a third time. And a really cool dude, but they moved into a brand new house for the both of them a while before that, leaving the childhood home I grew up in to be shared between me, my brother, and my brother's roommate Jake, who occasionally you've heard them walk in on our recordings. That's because we record them in my mom's old kitchen. That whole backyard patio my mom put in only a few years before moving out is gorgeous. It is wonderful. It is currently being used for Jack. Are we past the 5 minute mark for this video?
It's hard to know.
Jack shit. No, nothing's happening out there. It is a wonderfully beautiful area that I could turn into a bar. I have also always wanted to open a like political campaign themed bar. It's been my like retirement plan for years. And I thought it doesn't need to be my retirement plan. I don't need to wait till I'm 60 something to do that. I can have it in my backyard right now. And if it's fun and awesome to run, then that can be my for realsies retirement plan. And I can just move the stuff to a like better location. But I have the supplies to make it. I want to have a bar where you can look down and you see like laminate and then like probably an epoxy, and then you're just staring down at different pieces of campaign lit and campaign signs and campaign pins that are underneath there. And I can serve like punny drinks like that have puns based off of campaign slogans and stuff like that. And I can put up all sorts of campaigny decorations. And that is my dream bar. And I'm going to try to have it open so that you can order a drink at it by the end of the year.
All right. I love it. I think that's really cool. I think that is very difficult, but entirely achievable. I say we come back and do all the points at the end.
I agree.
We'll just run back through them. We'll do all the points. All right. You want to hop over to my number one?
Yes, I do.
All right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Celebrate a national day every day.
I love this one.
It's so dumb. It's so stupid. This is much memeier than it is like, I don't know, actual self-improvement. But it is kind of funny.
You care a lot about your shorts channel. You put an effort there, and having a daily upload on a shorts channel ensures that you'll have like, if there's a 1% chance of every short being a real banger in the algorithm, then releasing 365 means like you'll have at least 3 bangers, and by math wise probably closer to 4. Like that is good if you want to grow your shorts channel.
Like it has, I've been uploading. I've uploaded once a day for the last month, and it has it's gotten 10,000 views this month.
That's incredible.
Which is nuts. I mean, like it's not a lot, but it's not nothing. And if one of those pops, my God. And like I want to have it as like a book where like anyone who wants to, if they want to, they can start at one end and flip through and watch the short, like spend like, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half and watch every single short for the whole year. Which I think is fun. I don't know if I'm going to keep it up, but so far I like it. And I would love you to score it accordingly, where if I don't do it, it's not a huge issue.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think I can give you 1,000 points for this because it's not that much of an improvement on your life. It is a ton of fun. And it's also, they don't need to be recorded day of. You could batch some up. So if you're taking a vacation, you prep them all ahead of time. It's not the biggest commitment in the world, but it is really fun.
The celebration is the releasing of the video.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, hell. All right. All right. Here you go. You want it? You fucking want this? You can have it.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm actually gonna do it this time.
Oh, hold on. I can't. I'm a little too far behind on the stream.
Publish a book.
I'm so immensely happy to see this one.
Yep.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no like way to defer. The book's coming out.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's really good, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's good. So I'm gonna send it. No more to talk about. It's written. I have the first third recorded and like I've spread the audiobook between friends and family. And everyone says it's fantastic. So fuck it, right? Fuck it.
Yeah, no, fuck it.
All right.
Go for it, 100%.
All right, your turn.
Oh shit, it is, isn't it? Number 2. Fit comfortably into a large t-shirt at the Resolution Bowl counting party.
Ooh. Now this one's interesting, isn't it? Because comfortably is carrying a lot of weight here.
Yeah, I can't stretch out the shirt. I can't have a noticeable amount of gut hanging out just from sitting around. Right now, I'm wearing an XL shirt. This is my good old shirt with Josh Allen jumping over a guy that says balls instead of bills, and this is the first time several people have noticed that.
It's a good shirt. It's a good shirt. It's a quality shirt.
Good shirt. It is an XL. It is just enough that it like is covering up the tip of these pajama pants I borrowed without permission. And yeah, I would like to be back down to a large. I have an appreciable amount of large t-shirts that I really like that no longer fit me very well. I realize that the number on a scale is not all that meaningful. Weighing in at 199 is not all that different from weighing in at 203 when you consider things like water weight and like
how many cookies you've had today.
Like, what's that?
And like how many cookies you've had today.
And how many cookies are currently the percentage of your body weight.
Yeah, how do you know what percent cookie you are?
Yeah. What does matter is feeling healthier and wearing the clothes I want to wear. And if I focus just on that aspect, I feel like I can do a lot more to lose the weight. Because there came a point every year where I did the math and realized the absolute punishing amount of work I would have to do to ensure that I was anywhere close where I needed to be at the end of the year. And that discouraged me from trying at all when I could just stress eat, which became a problem. Because when you realize that you aren't going to lose 30 pounds in 4 months, all of a sudden it doesn't matter how many gobblers you eat out there back at Wawa.
I have the same problem with my restaurant resolution, which you might see, where like once I have fallen apart, once it breaks hard, because you would think that I had 30 tokens. So, did you end the year with like having used 38 tokens? No. No. I didn't.
The second you're out of tokens, it doesn't matter how many times you go to McDonald's.
Yeah.
You can go twice every day.
Oh yeah. The difference between 31 and 150 is negligible. It's great. Yeah. Oh my God, Zach, the day you lose that resolution, that's a great day. Oh, that day rocks.
The day I realized I was never going to make my way in, it was fucking incredible. I could eat candy and a fucking deep fried meal every single day. You know what I did? That.
Yeah. I think it's actually sort of a little bit of a positive that I failed that resolution so early in the year. Because if I had failed it in November, I would probably be like 212, 215 right now.
Yeah.
But I failed it in June. So I gained 15 pounds in the summer and biked it off. It was
That's
great.
incredible.
It was fantastic.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I went to Olive Garden so many times.
I was reintroduced to Olive Garden this year, and I gotta say, it's better than I remember it being.
It is,
and
which is not to say it's good.
When you're doing delivery, you can't just ask for unlimited breadsticks delivered to you until you say stop. They won't actually just pour breadsticks into your car.
Yeah.
Until your car is full, which is what I was hoping. So they will allow you to add breadsticks to most meals for like a cheap amount. And what I learned is that 40 breadsticks, you can knock that shit out with 2 people in like 2 meals.
Yeah. You know what I realized at Olive Garden?
What?
Their to-go meals, they have like to-go ziti and to-go like shrimp scampi. And if you buy a meal, those are $5 with a 4 meal maximum. You can take as many as 4 meals home. And
Wow.
And I can eat 4 of those meals in a night.
I probably could too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Man, the people who were telling me, no, if you eat 2 pounds of cookies, you'll be like, that's dangerous. I'm like, we've never met, have we?
You've not been there for the days where I ate 4 pounds of pizza.
Oh yeah,
and it was not healthily made pizza.
Oh yeah, dude, you've not been there on the day when I ate 4 pounds of pizza, and that's just counting the pizza.
Yeah, that does not include the wings.
Yeah, it doesn't include the wings, and it certainly doesn't include the 2 liter of Coke. Oh man, I'm hungry now. Shit. All right, go to your number 3 before we get hungry.
Before I go to my number 3, I want to shout out to KP in the chat. It says, I know a couple married now who met at a political campaign backyard bar. That's incredible, and I want to know if this bar still exists.
Yeah.
I will travel a greater distance than I'm willing to admit to meet the person who made this backyard bar.
Yeah, I will put in a significant amount of effort to have a drink at that bar.
Yeah. I want to scope out how they designed it.
Like that sounds like the kind of thing. Like we've talked about this. We can't do anything as a bit. So we can't do anything unless it's as a bit. And like I would I've always wanted to see Denver, Colorado, but I have no reason to go there. I would fly to Denver, Colorado to have a drink at that bar.
Yeah.
Right, like that sort of thing.
Just to talk to that person over a drink for a couple hours, absolutely worth it. Tom, my number 3 is create and release a video essay that is significantly more successful than any video essay I've previously made. I'm aiming for a Zach from the Club video, which I might rename the channel, we'll say. But a Zach from the Club video that gets roughly the same as or slightly below like some of our most successful.
Zach, you broke up there a little bit.
Mid to high 4 digits. Oh, sorry. I'm in for mid to high 4 digits on a video essay on my video essay channel. Something that would be like as successful as the Red Door Theory or Ned the Liar or Brand the Time God tier. Like between that like 5K to 10K spread, I want a polished research video essay that I made to get that many views this year.
How do you feel about that?
And it's not one of my previous videos, like a brand new one.
Sure, get a new video essay. Is this a fair? And of course, like for the sake of space, just for the folks at home, for the sake of space, we are like truncating all of the resolutions. The text of the resolution matters. Like get a new video essay that I feel is high quality to a mid 4 digit number like with a whole bunch of other stipulations, right? That the text is important. We just need like to truncate it so that it's easy to read.
In a summary, so we know what we're referencing. Yeah.
But the full text will be in the Discord if anyone wants to look.
Yeah.
Get a new video essay to 5K. By the way, if anyone wants to share their resolutions for this year, I have made the Resolutions 2025 channel in the Discord. We might spin that off into its own Discord, but we haven't decided yet.
Yeah.
Zach, I think that's awesome. Do you have can you at this point share any topics that you are working on?
I have an unfinished video essay from last year that I want to finish, polish a little bit better, add an actual intro and outro onto, and like fix up to the best of my ability because it deserves the polish and love. And that is my I analyzed the Carcetti campaign from the Wire through the lens of somebody who has worked on truly too many political campaigns, including several mayoral campaigns and several in major cities, and who in fact traveled to Baltimore to volunteer on a campaign in Baltimore to learn more about it. I've done about as much research as a man could possibly do on that subject, on accident and on purpose. I want to publish that one. I want to talk about Howard Dean. Do you remember Howard Dean, Tom?
No, please.
Howard Dean is remembered for one thing, the Dean Scream, where he was running for president, and in Iowa, he got really animated in speech. He talked about all the states they're going to, and he went, yeah! And that's all people remember him for. But he actually has a really inspiring story. He was critically important to understanding how modern campaigns work, and was one of the most successful DNC chairs ever. And people just remember him as the guy whose political campaign for president ended because he got too excited, which is not true. It contributed to it, but there are other things at play. But the work he did inspired the Obama campaign, and is the way he did fundraising is the backbone of how all political fundraising happens right now. And not a ton of people know that. They just know him as the guy who had his career ended over something very mild by today's standards.
Yeah.
But he did have a successful career afterwards. I think that's a really neat idea. And a video essay series I've always wanted to do since I started doing more videos on YouTube was I would love to release a multi-video step-to-step guide of how to run for office if you've never done it before. Because Tom, you can, I think without saying too much, you can vouch for the fact that we've talked to plenty of people who've done this, and unless you know somebody who's done it before or have insider connections, it is an intentionally frustrating process to make it difficult for you.
Yeah.
There are organizations right now that help people running as first-time candidates, but there is no you have to have the gumption to reach out to those people and have that conversation. I want people to just be able to Google, how do I run for office, find my video series, and sit down, put 2 or 3 hours of watching into it. And if they're really serious after that, they have the knowledge themselves.
We have pitched this back and forth a time or two. I think that is a phenomenal idea. I think a beginner's guide to running for office would be a fantastic resource that frankly would probably sell.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of people who, especially with this year shaking out like it has, fucking 30 days into it, not even. I feel like there's a lot of people who feel like they want to keep that option open, consider it, see what it looks like. And I want to, I've done it before, and I've helped other people do it. And it's not as hard as you think. And if you go in with a realistic sense of your chances, it is, I think, worth doing. And I think that'd make a very good video essay. And more importantly, I don't have to sit down and do 10 hours of research on that one. I can just prattle off previous experience.
Mm-hmm. And you are an excellent public speaker.
No, thank you.
And that is the sort of thing that people would pay the most attention to from a person who is an excellent public speaker, because the people who watch that video hypothetically aren't going to be nerds on the internet devouring video essays like they do. Hypothetically, the target audience for that is someone who is thinking about running for office. And I think that your format and your personality would be incredible for that kind of video.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do think there's a certain breed of video essay nerd who will watch that because it's fascinating.
Well,
But
yeah,
if that
you will get
person-
those people too, theoretically.
But if that person like has a 1% desire to run for office, they'll know whether that's a real thing or not by the end of that video. I'm serious.
Oh, yeah.
You will learn a lot, and if it sounds like something that like you want to do, what I'll say at the beginning of that is, it's going to be tough. You need to be realistic about it. But if you get through all these and you still want to do it, you should absolutely do it.
I think that is an incredible idea, and I'm not texting. I'm ordering my list right now.
I appreciate that.
I'm deciding between like 3 or 4 memes. Which of these is funny? Which of these is funny? Huh. Okay. Would you like me to move on to my next one?
Yes.
All right. I have one you may recognize. We're doing the health resolutions.
The health resolutions. Oh,
Eat
boy.
restaurant food. Eat restaurant food on no more than 24 occasions. You will note that I have shifted the wording here. I'm actually going to have to change this on less than 24 occasions. I have shifted to the word occasion, Zach, you may notice, which is an argument that we had some years ago about the difference between an occasion and a day. The strict text of the last one was on no more than 30 waking periods. Waking periods was the text. So I could so when I use a token on a day, I can eat breakfast that morning and eat dinner and then have go to McDonald's at 1 p.m. and that all counts as the same token because I used it on the same day. I have shifted to occasions because one of the things that really killed me last year was like family trips and trips out of town. I love the city of Toronto. I am known to spend like a long weekend there, and it is just not sustainable. I can't prepare my own food in Toronto. I just can't. I can't. It's just not feasible.
And you like often, if there's a long weekend, you'll like 50-50 shot you're spending it there. Yeah.
Yes.
I recently went on a trip there. I'm going to be going there a lot more often too. It's incredible how if you live in that area, there's just a world-class city an hour and change drive away.
I know, it's wild.
It's phenomenal. No disrespect to the city of Buffalo. I love you. You are not Canadian Manhattan.
Yeah. And like I want to travel. I love traveling. I go and visit my family in DC. I go to Florida. And it is just not feasible. Like 4 of those last year ate like a quarter of my tokens. No, ate like half of my tokens.
And it sucks to be punished for something that's good for you. Because like seeing your family and taking a vacation are things I recommend 9 times out of 10.
So I have shifted to occasion. And occasion is both a day when I am, I have broken and I desperately need Wendy's chicken nuggets. That is an occasion. But an occasion is also a weekend trip to Washington. So as far as I'm concerned, from the time I leave for Washington to the time I get back is one occasion. And if I lose points because of that, that's okay.
I like this as a system. This is actually way smarter than because your system of tokens works really well if you stay in the exact area and live the exact same sort of life for
Yes.
365 days.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And
Yes.
I know
Yes.
you, and I know you, and I know me, and that is an unending nightmare that will end about 60 to 70 days into it by one of us throwing a bunch of stuff in our car, getting a hotel somewhere we'd never been, and partying for a weekend.
Yes.
Not usually together, occasionally, but like multiple times. I have been stressed out of my mind from doing the same thing over and over again. And I said, I've never been to Arlington and I've never been to Baltimore, and they're like right next to each other. And I bet I can find an okay place in between the two of them to get a hotel. And I was right about that. And also, I ate a ton of really good food.
Arlington and Baltimore are not right next to each other.
If they're not, there's about an hour and a half in between. But if you are in between, it's only 45 minutes. To
There's an entire national capital between those things.
Yeah. Look, I don't acknowledge. There's also most of Maryland, but I don't acknowledge it.
Yeah, I don't acknowledge Maryland either.
I love your flag. I'm only there for Baltimore.
Maryland is all suburbs of Baltimore, suburbs of DC, and suburbs of the scary parts of Pennsylvania.
I don't think there's never been a more accurate statement about Maryland.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna fitness, dick in your mouth. Right here. I argued with Zara about this one at length today. Complete an Olympic triathlon. Save. Close.
An Olympic triathlon?
Yes. I had originally complete a triathlon, but I knew this, but it just hadn't occurred to me that other people would take issue with it. There are many different triathlons. The most there are the baby ones that are like a quarter-mile jog. A quarter-mile swim, a 2-mile, a 5-mile bike, and a mile run, or something like that. That is not what I'm doing. I am doing an Olympic standard triathlon, which is a 0.93 mile swim, a 53-mile bike, and a 10K run. Yeah, full stop. That's the end of the sentence. What do you think of that?
That's one of the more, so that's like the traditional triathlon definition.
No, the traditional triathlon includes a marathon. It's like it's I think a 2.5 mile swim, a 26-mile run, and a 100-mile bike or something like that.
Okay.
And I can't do that. That's fucking insane.
This is more achievable to you?
Yes, this is achievable, and it has the word Olympic in it. Who can complain? Yeah. It has the word Olympic in it. How can a person complain about it? So to reiterate, it is a 0.93 mile swim, which I have done before. It ends with a 10K run, and I have done a 20K. And in the middle is a 53-mile bike. My ride for Roswell was a 30-mile bike.
And you love biking more than the other two, so that should be the most achievable part.
Yes. I have done a mile swim, I have done a 10K run, and I haven't done that long of a bike, but I know that is achievable for me. However, those three things back to back are going to be hard. Holy shit. It goes swim, then bike, then run is the way it goes. Yeah. Yeah. What you think?
I love this. This is a good one.
Yeah.
Because it requires you to focus on training to be good enough to do like that. And you don't need to set any record time or anything like that.
Nope.
You just have to be able to get through it. But getting through that means you work on your swimming, you work on your running, you work on your biking. You are on top of 3 really, really good ways to burn a lot of calories and stay fit. Uh, and that's just a good thing to have in your back pocket the whole year.
That means that I absolutely, like, suppose the triathlon is in July. It means from April to July, I have to be working out twice a week, maybe 3 times, because if I don't, I will die. I will not make it to the end of that run if I don't. I know me. That swim, I could do that swim tomorrow. That bike, I would be dying by like mile 35 or 40. But I could push myself with a little bit of training to do that bike. But then that run, that's a killer. that's a real nightmare, dude.
That is an absolute fucking nightmare.
Yeah. That's the one that ends people's lives. because you already want to die because you've been exercising for 4 hours when you start the run. Yep.
That also means you are still appreciably wet when you get on that bike.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I did one once. I did a baby triathlon once, and getting on the bike is absolutely miserable. I don't know. I'm gonna have to like research how people do it.
That's gonna be the most bummer part, because you then get like wind cutting right into you. Like even on a hot day, riding on a bike is a good way to like cool down like a little bit just from the breeze. Not really because you're exercising, but it feels cool for part of it. I bet it feels appreciably cooler when you're soaking wet.
Oh yeah, I bet it's cold, dude.
I hope it's in July for your sake and not in October.
That actually sounds fun. Yeah, the one that I did was at Woodlawn Beach on Lake Erie, Woodlawn Beach, and then a whole bunch of biking. Yeah, so there it is. That's my number 2. That's my number 4. There we go. I'm pleased with it. I think it's good.
I like it a lot. I like it quite a bit.
All right, your turn.
Number 4. Yeah. Release an album that uses one non-synth instrument on several songs.
All right.
All of my albums so far have been entirely synthesizer and vocal. This is funny because I play the bass. You've seen me play the bass before. And it's kind of whack to me that I have not tried to incorporate real instruments. In fact, several of our friends and several of our subscribers are incredibly talented musicians. Random internet guy doesn't go around and talk about this a lot, but he's like, at least for a while, he's been out of practice like the way he used to practice for a while, but he was like an accomplished guitarist. And it feels weird to have all this like talent within me and around me that's going to waste, but it's because I don't have a good recording setup right now to get instruments into my system, and it was not very good at mixing, but I'm getting better at mixing when it's not my own vocals, because I'm still getting used to my own voice, but I'm getting better at mixing. And I also received as a gift this year a plug-in mixer for a bass guitar for my computer, so I absolutely want to get some mileage out of that, and I want to radically change genres every album I make. I'm thinking last one was 2000 pop, before that was lo-fi. I want to do something that's different than both of those things. So how about 1980s new wave music?
Oh, I love it.
How about we do some Oingo Boingo style stuff?
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make it happen. Can I feature?
Hell yeah, you can. Actually, I've given the pitch for this album before. The one I want to do is called The Tyrant. It is about a revolutionary who brings down an autocrat, but afterwards becomes the next generation of autocrat. And it starts off with a full band playing all the instruments, and I'm slowly gonna like purge people, and they'll be replaced with synthesizers until the point where everything is synthesizer by the end of it. So it's gonna start with like real instruments, and then slowly, as I like edit you out of the picture and remove you from my inner circle. It's just going to come down to me with a bunch of synthesizers behind me as it gets a little more ridiculous and a little more like uh, uh, 80s cheesy synth-ish. It becomes synth pop by the end.
Yeah, I love this. I love this plan.
I think that's a fun idea. I have some good ideas of people to invite along. And if you play an instrument and want to be part of this, hit me up. Please do. I would love to work with you on this album.
Huh. All right. I love it. I love it. I think that's awesome. I have written that as play an instrument on an album. Because keep in mind that you only ever have like 7 words to work with on this sheet.
Yes. Use a real instrument on an album, but that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I think playing an instrument on an album is fine.
Now, if you say use, do you want me to change it to use a real instrument? Because then if you use the instrument for something else, then it still counts, right? If you use the instrument like as a griddle to cook eggs.
Well, then when I just practice my bass guitar, which I do at least a couple times a year to like make sure I don't completely forget it, that would count. I think as you have it is good enough.
Perfect. All right, what else you got?
I have. This is an and or. Serve in a top level position on a campaign that has a Wikipedia article, and or start a pack. So
interesting.
You can put that as top level position on major campaign or start a pack.
All right, which 7 words of those do you want me to use?
Run, major campaign, or start pack. So you can actually throw an A in it. That's 7.
Oh, look at how perfectly sized that is.
Hold on, I gotta catch up.
Nice. Yeah, that actually looks perfect. Zach, I think that's a great idea.
Yep. I have an idea for a pack that I want to do. I've talked about this before with our friends. I'll say it on the air because I think comfortably it's an opinion that most people can agree with. But I think that there was a moment culturally where we were a lot better off, where dude bros were quoting Harold and Kumar at each other instead of whatever reactionary streamer they watch now. If the fun, edgy thing is a highly diverse group of friends getting high and eating fast food and meeting Neil Patrick Harris, who is on drugs and recently rode a tiger, and making some kind of crass sex jokes, that's a lot better than whatever a lot of dude bros are consuming right now. And I think I can make a pack that tries to meet people there and brings back that sort of mentality.
Oh my god, I can't believe what a good transition this is to my number 5.
Okay.
Which is film a movie.
This is your stoner comedy.
Oh yeah. It doesn't need to be, of course. But yeah, Evan and Kevin watch a movie is the dude bro stoner horror movie. Oh my god, hell yeah. The synergy, Zach, the corporate synergy.
The wonderful thing is, if you want to present that at a theater, maybe that's we could do like a stoner film festival that talks to people about the issues, reminds people to keep an open mind if they have negative perceptions, if they're negatively polarized against voting, and reminds them which party really likes weed.
Yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7,, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, This is hard. It's hard to decide which ones are making the cut. It's going to be... Okay, you know what? I'm going to consolidate these two. Yep, I'm going to consolidate these two. Yes. The next two are my YouTube resolutions. Okay?
Yeah.
Including, but not limited to. Boop, boop, boop. Stream 5 times a week for a month. Any month, any stream, any length of time. I want to know if I can do it.
I respect the hell out of that.
And
Streaming,
yeah,
like it's both easy and tough because like one, if we're filming, like we don't have face cam on, I could be at it. Like if I need to shift my weight around, if I need to like lay down, I can do that, and we can check the audio in between like recordings. Sometimes we remember to do that, and we can take a 45-minute break and come back. And with streaming, if you want to be like good at it, you want to be connected to the audience at all times, and that's tough. Like this has been a longer stream. I think this has been one of our better longer streams, but it got rambly at a lot of points. And I don't know about you, but once we get through this list, I'm going to say goodbye to the audience, crash on my bed, and wake up 9 hours later.
Sorry, I got distracted by chat again. I'm starting to get fried. See, and this is why I'm like, I need to know if I can do it.
Yeah.
Because we had that 12-hour stream in November, and that was some of the most fun I've ever had until it wasn't.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
Yep. Yeah. It came in waves too.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm about to make you
the bad wave came back.
come in waves.
Worse than it was last time.
Anyway. Yeah, I want to know if I can do that. Because if I can, I don't know. It like there is a point where this is a side job, like an actual side job. Currently, it's not, but there's a point where it is. All right, I digress. Your turn.
Okay. Ooh, it is my turn. Look at that.
Hold on.
Number 6. Finalize my board game for publication, and finish a rough draft of my tabletop RPG.
That's 6 and 7.
Nope, that's 6. 6 is a double.
Both of those is very hard.
The rough draft is tough, but I want to get a published version. Do I have the cards here? I do. Let me show them off for the audience. Tom, you've seen this before in a much different version that was much less polished, but I'm going to pull the cards out here.
Hang on, I'm going to switch this over to Facecam. There you go.
Okay, here we go. This is Smoke-Filled Room. This is a game that I've had cooking for years now. It has... you assume the role of party bosses back when that's how political conventions were decided.
Yeah, way back in the before times.
Way back in the 4 times. And recently is some of these times, but you get a goal card like this. It tells you things you want to accomplish. You control delegates. You're trying to get people to.
Now, hang on. I don't want to interrupt you as we. Oh my God, Zara and I made this brilliant comparison about going down a tangent is like fighting a Hydra. We can't go. We cannot fight the Smoke-Filled Room Hydra right now. We will be lost down those channels for eternity.
You're correct.
Every time we cut the head off of one of those cards, another 3 will show up.
Suffice to say, it's my idea for a board game that turns. Suffice to say, short version. It's a board game where you play as the party bosses. It's a deception game. and you are trying to accomplish your goals without tipping it off to other people. You're trying to cut deals with other players so you both get a little bit of what you want, but not so much that they end up winning.
Yes, which is very cool and very interesting and worth 900 points on its own.
Yeah.
But you're doubling that within the same resolution. Are you trying to break the score?
No. The rough draft does not need to be. This needs to be play tested and pretty much ready to go. The other one just needs to be however many pages I anticipate the rule book being. And maybe I tried it once.
You're putting create a publishable board game and write 50 pages in the same resolution.
Basically,
that's each of those is worth 800 points.
Maybe it is. I should note, I have a very good functioning version of this. It just needs some polish. And I also, he's looking at the BDoof, and I do have, I think, 4 or 5 pages of the rules for my tabletop RPG. It's just to make sure those projects don't atrophy. And I put a lot of effort into them this year. That when I have time to work on a back burner project, that I keep those in mind.
All right, I have a question. Is that in stone?
That one's not in stone yet. I might change it.
Then I would strongly recommend making one of those a side bet. For example, you ready? Look at me in the eye. Ready? Yeah. There's no way in hell you can write 50 pages.
You're on. I can do 50 pages.
You can't. No, you can't fucking do that. No chance. No shot. No way. This human being thinks he can write 50 pages of a well-written and interesting campaign world that he has experience writing in and has DM'd semi-professionally surrounding for years.
Oh, the tabletop RPG is different. But
yeah, you're creating a TTRPG system?
A TPRPG system that is not related to this.
No way you can do that. You don't have the guts.
Okay, you're on. Check on that.
How much is it worth to you? What's it worth to you?
125 points.
Fuck you. 300.
300 it is.
300 points. Let's do it. It's on camera. We can't take it back.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that resolution would be a cool 1,000, but I don't know if I could give it a 1,200. But just the smoke-filled room, as far as I'm concerned, is 850.
Okay.
Easy.
And I think that's fair.
It's an incredible idea, and it's executed well, and I want to see it done. Okay. Finalize a board game. How's that?
Finalize a board game, I think, is a good. Yeah.
There we go. And you're number 7.
Watch 48 movies, 6 TV series, listen to 48 albums, and 26 audiobooks that are new to me or I haven't touched in a decade. That's a tough one.
Okay. $48, 26, and something? Say it again?
48, 6, 48, 26.
I think that I don't have a problem with this. It's still not worth that much.
No, but something I've been slacking on as I've entered my perpetually busy and working on things era has been watching movies and listening to albums, which I enjoy that a lot. To the point that I have to assign it to myself like homework, and I want to reintroduce it to my life. So it feels like less of an obligation to do something I objectively enjoy. And so when I'm like putting on a comfort show, it's not just like something I've watched a million times before. I got through one TV series and like maybe 10 new movies last year, which was an all-time low.
I did
And
think about.
I enjoy engaging with media. I really do.
I did think about read 100 books on, but I decided not to. I did really like that last time I had it on, but I decided.
No, I respect that. It encourages you to like also not enjoy a really long book or two. It encourages you to read quick ones.
Yeah, this feels like the kind of year where I'm gonna read some real tough books, and those are just hard to get through. All right, you want to hop back over to mine?
Yes, I do.
All right. So I had stream 5 days a week for a month. What do you think of run? Oh, go ahead.
I do want to point out that we got to set the screen back.
Oh, right.
Because you zoomed in to show me for my cards.
You're right. My bad.
The last movie I watched in a cinema. It's a very good question. What was the last thing I saw in theaters?
What's a cinema? I only go to movies.
I saw Wicked in theaters. I also saw Wicked on Broadway, and I do have to say that was better. A different experience, so.
How dare you? Zach, run 10 nerd events, including a fan meetup.
Hell yeah.
I found it interesting that we were talking about fan meetups earlier.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Fan meetup would be great, honestly.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it. Nerd events are a broad term. They are con events, meetups with our like YouTube friends. Like if we hang out with Mira or hang out with our IG, that is a nerd event, as far as I'm concerned. If we do the terrible con in Toronto, that's fine. But is the phrasing on that do you think that gets across most of what I want it to get across?
We're doing something intentional and fun and exciting with people from our community in some capacity, including one fan meetup that is publicized.
All right. I like it.
I adore that. That's a really good one.
Cool. What do you think of make 10 toys for Tom's Toy Box? We have talked about this.
To explain what that is to peeps, because there's a lot of different ways you can read that.
Wait, are we still not on the right screen?
No, we should be on that.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I was just like 10 minutes behind. Tom's Toy Box is the term that I have given. Duke says Tom Isaac after stream, and I would love to, but it is 1:00 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, we're hitting the sack after this one. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Tom's Toy Box is the term that I have given to like a collection of apps that I have always wanted to make. Things like a simple die rolling app, a simple calculator app, like those lighters that you have at a flippin' concert. Oh my god, my brain is breaking. I've thought about a Disney wait time app that isn't awful and covered in ads and sells your data.
Yeah.
Just like things that are useful and fun. And Ross has a note tuner app. I don't know how hard that would be, but if it's not super hard, I would love to give it a shot. Like small, useful apps that that I can publish and just let people use. I have two sides to this idea. One is Tom's Toy Box. One is Tom's Toolbox. And both, I think, would like there's a use for both, right? And one of them I would like to be a resolution app if I can. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if I have the skills for that in Java, but I would love to try.
Hell yeah. No, there's multiple people in my group of people who in real life who are trying to make a resolution tracking website so you can submit your scores without anybody else seeing them. They get logged in. Once something's marked as completed, it auto scores it, stuff like that. So you can have a live tracking of who's ahead and like graph it out and stuff like that. I don't know if that's feasible, but I'd love to see them try. And similarly, a lot of your ideas, I would just love to see you take a crack at some of these, like a Disney wait time one that isn't plastered full of ads. Would be really useful for like people like go to the park, and yeah, I like am eager to see what you make here. I think you talked about like a dice roller app that rolls it the way you want to do it.
Yeah, because every die rolling app that I try to download from the Google Play Store is like an ad hell. It's awful.
Yeah.
And what all I want is like the like classic typewriter font that said like I'm able to put in roll 10 d6 and it has d6 1 6, d6 2 6, d6 3 3, d6 4 1, and it just it spits it out and sums it. That's all I want. I want like the simplest, most broken down version of that possible. And that's all I want. I don't want a terrible like crushed polygon of a 20-sided die rolling on my screen while an ad for a gambling website plays across the bottom. I just want to roll a die.
I appreciate the hell out of that. And I love this resolution.
Cool. Yeah. Ross is just like sending ideas. Metronome app, other things I'm not going to say. Duke says not sure about copyright stuff with the Disney app. Look, if Disney sends me a cease and desist on my app that has been downloaded by 40 people, I'll take it down. It's fine. I want that app. I want that because theirs sucks. It's bad. Dart score, absolutely, that sort of thing. Doesn't that sound fun?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
The dart score would be useful.
All right. Give me your number 8.
My number 8. This is a fun one. Complete 6 unfinished resolutions from previous years.
Whoa.
And make a TED talk about by 5 years of resolutions.
Whoa.
I want to go through and TED talk my way through every resolution I've had, the ones I failed that year but succeeded in previous years, the ones I've never succeeded at, the ones that were successful, and I want to dredge up some dead ones from years past and try and patch them up and finish them.
TED talk about failed resolutions. Save, close. I love that idea. I think a TED talk about this is perfect. I actually considered, this is your baby, so I didn't, but yeah. I considered putting something very much like this on mine. Like a resolutions handbook, like the rules of this game, putting it like on paper. Ross continues to pad his number of flagged messages record. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Uh, so yeah, I love that. Can I help you with that as a companion to this? Like as you are making your TED Talk.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. I would love to. Because I don't know, if we start interesting nerd publishing, that's gonna be like book 2.
I'm excited to do this one.
All right, and you're number 9. Because I can
My
feel
number
myself
9,
fading fast.
as can I.
All right,
Uh,
almost
play
done.
every game in my Steam library for 30 minutes and review in a spreadsheet.
Review every Steam game I have?
I own. Yeah.
Holy shit, I love it. I love it. Do it. I love this. This is not complicated.
Do you want to take a crack at how many Steam games I own?
Yes. When did you get your Steam?
I got my Steam account in high school,
Oh,
so I've had it since I think 2010.
you own 440 games.
You went over by a wee bit. I own 396 games.
I'm not mad about that guess.
When you consider how many years I only played like a couple games and then mostly Dota, I saved myself from buying. I did not save myself money because I swagged out all my characters in Dota.
Okay. You good for me to go on my side?
Yeah.
Yeah. This was the slot that I was debating, and I decided to go serious. Oh, should I go serious on this one? Are these all serious? These are all serious. These are all like legit. So I'm gonna put one that's not.
Okay.
Write an erotic novel. Fight me about it. You dared me.
Yeah.
You dared me. You told me to do it, and I'm gonna do it.
Actually, I have it right here. By someone who I may live and spend a disproportionate amount of time with was recently reading this because she has a resolution. Is it too close? Hold on. I actually can't see myself. She had a resolution to read a number of books that aren't pure smut, and then an equal number of books that are pure smut. And we were talking about Shrek erotica. Uh, and I talked about how poorly written and like often grammatically incorrect this is. There's multiple run-on sentences in the description here, multiple things that are done incorrectly grammatically. They spelled all the words right, but every good word processor does that for you nowadays. Uh, and Tom realized with the bar low enough that he could backflip over it, that he was going to backflip over it.
Yeah, that sounds funny. That sounds funny, and I can do that. And if it's trash, no one will care.
If it's trash, it will still be better than this book series, which has 3 books.
Yeah. Like we had this wonderful long discussion about the names of erotic novels. And how we just kept coming up with better names. Like my first shot from the hip for the name of a Three Little Pigs erotic novel was Huff, Puff, and Blow. And that's a winner.
It was much better than what the actual title was, yeah.
Okay, it's on there. I want to tell you the serious one also, because I want you to keep tabs on it. The serious one is find out why I get my migraines. Because I get very bad migraines, and
Yeah.
it at this point warrants investigation, and I have been scared to do that. So there you go. There you go. There's your dose of serious
That's a good dose of serious.
for the evening.
I get migraines. They're not as bad as yours, but they can be pretty bad. A lot of it is stress and hydration in my case, was what doctors assume, but they're not as bad as yours. there's always that lingering fear that it is something much, much, much worse. And while it's very unlikely that's the case, it's much in the same way that you recommend like frequent testing, like talked earlier about going to get like STD testing, which you recommend doing frequently. You probably don't have a serious STD, but man, it feels nice to know for sure that you don't have one. In my resolutions like group, we have a quote thing, and I said, "It's a really great feeling when you test negative for a serious disease." That like I've tested myself. I get paranoid about syphilis a lot 'cause it scares the fuck out of me. Every time I get a negative syphilis test, I do like a lap around the house. It's like great. I'm not slowly having my brain eaten from the inside. Uh, and
Yes.
this is a scary one to like follow through because you can get bad news for it, and likely you aren't. But it's that like lagging fear that there's something complicated to deal with that makes it hard to like follow through. And I'm glad you're like stepping up to that and figuring it out. And
Yeah.
hopefully, I really do hope for your sake, they say you got to drink more water, homie. Like, I hope that's the diagnosis for you.
Yeah.
But I understand the fear.
It's also getting to the point where it's debilitating, where it's hard to
Yeah.
like be a person.
Yeah.
They are
Yeah.
becoming more frequent, and I would like to get them fixed. So, gotta and getting to that point has like I have to get a primary care, and then I have to get a referral, which unfortunately is extremely expensive.
Yes, it is.
But back to the fun. What do you think, Zach, of write a book report?
Wait, hold on. We just did 3 years in a row, I think.
What?
We didn't snake it.
No, we snaking.
Did we? Did we? Okay. I'll dismiss. I might have counted wrong. My brain is not braining.
Write a book report in Spanish.
I like that a lot.
Save. Close. I say write a book report. It's probably going to be a video, where it's just me talking about why I like The Hobbit.
And you read the Spanish Hobbit and talk about it in Spanish?
Sí.
Or are you just going to talk about The Hobbit in English and talk about it in Spanish?
No, todos, oh gosh, todos de la video va a estar en español. It's not good yet, but it's getting there. And I've been listening to books in Spanish, which has been very fun. It will probably not be in Game of Thrones. I would love it to be Game of Thrones. I would love it to be Dunk and Egg. Para los palabras en A Song of Ice and Fire son complicado, right? They use very complicated, flowery, interesting language. Even in English, you are very likely to encounter words that you've never used before. It has to be something relatively simple, and strictly speaking, The Hobbit is a children's book, and it is written as a children's book. Most of the most complicated words are like fantasy words, which I'll be able to pick up on. I also have the added bonus of knowing that book cover to cover. It's great. Yeah, full stop.
That's a good one to have. I like that a lot. I do wonder, when you brought up the Spanish version of A Song of Ice and Fire, I wonder if watching or reading it in a different language codes the food descriptions differently. Like I'm used to seeing Italian words in an Italian restaurant sense, and I'm used to seeing Spanish words in a Mexican restaurant sense. Do the foods feel like a little more like that culture's cuisine if you read in that language?
My God, Zach,
I need you to answer this question by the end of the year.
Zach, I am so glad to hear you say that, because we are deep enough in the video that I can talk about Harry Potter. And we all of us have a complicated relationship with Harry Potter, but it does have one of the notable benefits of being something that I have pretty close to memorized still from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And from years ago, I got the series in Spanish. I got the audiobooks in Spanish. And I started listening to them again. And the food is like the food at the table is all like English food. It's English breakfast food, right? It's beans, it's Yorkshire pudding, it's sausage. And in the Spanish version, they're eating tostadas and like salsas, which is fucking fascinating.
They localized it. Oh my god.
Which is very interesting because they didn't localize it for me. I didn't get like a Denny's breakfast. I had to read about Yorkshire pudding. And I'm very excited to see that sort of difference in Game of Thrones or in The Hobbit, right? Like what does Bilbo serve to the dwarves in the?
That's right. He begins serving food.
Yeah. Is it the same? If it's the same, I'll find that very interesting. If it's not the same, I will also find that very interesting. And I think that this is a seriously underrated teaching method. Like, I don't have a Game of Thrones memorized like I do The Hobbit. But, like, my sister has the whole Lord of the Rings memorized. If my sister just turned on the audiobook of The Lord of the Rings in Spanish, I think that she would just learn Spanish.
Yeah. There might be a couple points of confusion, but you would hear the names and the context. You'd figure it out very quickly.
It's fascinating. And I am I am intending to go to Spain in 2026 to see the eclipse, which will be on my resolution list for next year, by the way.
Very nice.
And I needed to brush up on it. I thought this would be a cool way to do it. It will be me reading. It will be me doing a book report fully in Spanish, explaining why I like The Hobbit, and hopefully getting a grade. I'm going to get a grade, hopefully from a native Spanish speaker, who will be able to tell me if I was communicating adequately. I want to be at least a 6-year-old.
That's a beautiful way to describe it. That Spanish was good for a 6-year-old is a compliment if you never previously spoke Spanish.
Duke says reading books in English definitely helped learn English. Right? I heard, and maybe this is apocryphal, that like one of the reasons that English became as far-flung as it did in the last like 50 to 100 years is because so much TV is in English.
I can attest that I've met multiple people from Europe who are super into Friends because it was the show they used to learn English.
Yeah. Like the popularity of The Simpsons, the popularity of like I Love Lucy. Like my man, it has to be easier, right? Especially if it's something that you already have memorized. So my mom also wants to learn Spanish, and she's doing like a similar sort of thing. So one of her favorite books, which is it's a Martha Wells sci-fi thing, I think, called. It's about an android, and I don't remember what it is. But she has that basically memorized, and she speaks Spanish, a fair bit better than I do, but not completely. But she started reading. She downloaded the PDF in Spanish, and she started reading. She was like, "Oh my god, I can read this!" Oh my, yeah, I know exactly what all these words are supposed to be. Right, like if you have the book memorized, you can just read it. It's awesome.
You can just process it immediately. Yep.
So Zach, this is actually an interesting question. Is there a book like that for you, or a show like that for you? Like if I watched the movie Aliens dubbed in Spanish, actually dubbed in any language, I would just be able to understand it.
I've watched The Big Lebowski enough that I can probably quote it cover to cover. That one is like I know every scene very well.
Ross is saying Spaceballs, Wayne's World.
I enjoy those a lot. What I've learned recently is that as a young person, too young to be watching those movies, I watched the Austin Powers movies too much, and there are certain scenes I remember almost exactly. I tried to do Dr. Evil's speech about his childhood from memory, and I didn't do it perfectly, but I did it pretty well. In addition, I practiced a lot the opening monologue from Army of Darkness, so I remember it pretty vibes based, and I remember pretty much all of Ash's lines from Army of Darkness. Uh, so I could probably watch Army of Darkness in Spanish or The Big Lebowski in Spanish and get through most of it.
Like I bet. Would you want to do that one day? Would you want to do I don't know, like halfway through the year when I've been doing this a little bit better? Do you want to do a
Spanish movie night?
Yeah, like we just do The Big Lebowski in Spanish, and we can, like, between the two of us, we can just decode it.
Yes.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
I would love that.
And I'm like, I bet if I spend some time with it, if I read the baby ones that I know that I can do, I bet that I can graduate up to A Song of Ice and Fire, because I know it. That is like the book series that I know like fourth best or something. We're definitely doing The Hobbit. We're also definitely doing Percy Jackson. Definitely doing Percy Jackson.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm glad that you like it. I think it's a cool thing. Duke says, like, the Spanish review for Zach's album. Yeah. I basically we sat there and tried to decode the Spanish review for your album.
It's funny you mentioned that. I brought up that review. Somebody had a learn Spanish resolution in my friend group party, and I pulled up that review and said, "Can you translate this?" And they did a very good job to prove that they could read basic Spanish. I was very happy.
Ross says that we should record a radio play of Preston's fanfic, and I am too far gone for that kind of meme. So I'm just gonna say, yeah, let's do it. Okay. All right, Zach. We got 5 more. 5 more. Let's just get through. We gotta get through it.
All right, we're looking for my 10 and 11.
Hell yeah! I love this thing we do.
Me too. My number 10 is adopt 4 good stress relief habits to replace stress eating and drinking. Last year, I attacked my stress drinking very successfully, but my stress eating went up. Instead of ping pong between something that's bad for me and something that's very bad for me, I'd like to throw at least 4 good things in the mix. The odds that I land on a good stress relief habit are double the odds that I land on a bad one. Like, I can stress eat 1 time out of 10, and it's better than doing it 10 times out of 10.
Extremely true. That's extremely true. Do you have any ideas yet?
My friends shot down my idea of smoking crack. Because it was a joke. My lawyer has advised me to say that's a joke.
My lawyer has advised me to say that's a joke. They didn't shoot it down. They were very encouraging.
They offered me some, actually. And I said, Hunter, I love you, man, but not today. But I think I want to get back into running. I want to find something I can do passively where I can, like, on days where I'm completely shot, because, like, a big problem with running is stress is that I will work, like, sometimes during the busy campaign season, like 10-hour days of walking around making a ton of phone calls, and I just, like, am work tired, and, well, like, I could theoretically go for a run. It just feels paralyzingly difficult to move at a certain point.
Yeah,
I want
yeah.
a habit where I can be stationary and be not staring at a screen the whole time, and I'm not able to, or at least if I'm not like shoveling calories into my mouth or pouring calories into my mouth while I'm doing it.
Can
I have a
I
bit of suggestions, but one of them for sure is going to be running.
I love it. Um, this is gonna sound very silly. Consider a medicine ball.
Ooh,
They're not super expensive, and uh, uh, I find them very pleasant to just play with. And like when I'm just like sitting on the couch, you can just like do like sitting push-ups with a medicine ball, and I really just like it. I just like playing with it. They're big and they're heavy, and I like holding them. And it's like a dog. It's heavy like a dog. Does that make sense?
it makes sense.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And I like just like holding it, and it's like a fat dog, and you just like move it around. It's great. It's great. I recommend it.
I like that a lot.
Give it a shot. And if you don't like it, they don't cost that much.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If you don't like it, I'll take your medicine ball. It's fine.
Uh,
Um.
you- Number 11, you're going to love.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Perform 90 minutes of unique karaoke songs
Yes.
and upload all of them.
Yeah.
I did not do nearly enough karaoke last year. Karaoke, as it turns out, might be another good stress relief habit. Uh, I intend to do. We have a channel that was for patrons only, but I update very sparsely, called Interesting Nerd Karaoke. I want to add a feature length film's worth of content to that channel this year.
Holy shit. I
For
love
the
this.
only reason being, I love doing karaoke and I need an excuse to go. Otherwise, I'll tell myself, it costs money and I have to like either get on a train or drive out there. And I don't feel like it. I need a
Oh,
reason to feel like it.
Zach, that means that karaoke is a business expense.
Ooh.
Strictly
No,
speaking, karaoke is a
my
business
lawyers
expense.
advised me that the jokes about dodging my taxes earlier were still jokes.
uh, I love this plan. That sounds great. I got a good one for you.
I'm
Ross says chat picks the songs, and I would make that a Patreon reward.
yeah. If you want to suggest songs, I can't guarantee they're in my range or that I'm not performing them, but goddamn it, I'll try.
Hell yeah! Wait, I'll also get in on that. That sounds funny.
Yeah.
Zach, I have one.
Well, what we need to encourage is at the fan meetup, we'll be doing karaoke.
Yeah, that's non-negotiable. Zach, what
Yeah,
do you
one
think
for me.
of number 11? Have a job I like.
Uh, I like that a lot. If you want deep like nerd lore and resolution lore, one of the reasons I live in Pennsylvania right now, actually the main reason, was I was sick and tired of my principal career in the Buffalo area. Knew I couldn't get paid to do what I liked there, and I fucking hauled my ass off to Philly to work a job that I liked, and I don't regret it for a minute. It was one of the best decisions I ever made. And for you, Tom, like you have worked an incredible amount of jobs of different scopes and types, and like you really like try to do your best. Like, I mean, you'll phone it in if a job like is not putting in the effort to like treat you fairly, but like you are like one of the hardest workers I ever met. Putting that towards something you genuinely really enjoy uh would be great. And like, even though I do bust my ass in campaign world, I love doing it. Like, as much as I like to complain about the difficulties of this life, I'm able to get through it because I'm genuinely in a happy place most of the time. And I would love to see you there because not that like every job you've told me about has been miserable, but most of the times when you say I have a work story, I'm like, oh boy, what went wrong this time? And I like that to not automatically be my response when you say I have a work story.
Thank you. And that doesn't necessarily mean that like this is going to be a long-term career position. I just want a job that I don't hate because I haven't had a job that I don't hate in a long time.
Yeah. Oh God.
And realizing that recently is it's not a fun thing to realize.
No.
And it does not need to be a perfect position, but it needs to be something I don't hate.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Otherwise, it's not worth any fucking points. If I hate it and you look at me and I can't say that I like it, don't you fucking give me any points. Don't you give me a goddamn point.
I'm not going to ask you how much money you make. I'm not going to ask you how many hours you work. I'm not going to ask you whether they have good dental. I'm going to ask you if you like the job. And to me, that matters a lot more because doing something you hate day in and day out takes a toll on you that is worth a lot more than like $5 more an hour is worth, in my opinion.
The last two, yeah, go ahead.
So go ahead.
No, the last two jobs that I left were two of the best decisions I've ever made, and they have not. And it has not like been positive, like a wholly positive. It hasn't been really positive at all since. But the alternative really sucked, and I'm really trying to keep that in mind.
Yeah. Like there's no reason to grind out something that makes you truly miserable instead of looking for something else that doesn't do that. Yep.
All right, Zach, we have two more. We have two more. Mine is, I think, the most fun resolution on either of our lists. Can you say the same?
My last one's a wee bit fun, but it's not as fun as 11. So if you think it's more fun than 11,
oh yeah,
mine.
Then oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm gonna let you go first then.
All right, my 12 is run 24 sessions of a tabletop RPG as a GM and play 12 sessions as a player. So 24 RPG sessions as GM plus 12 as player.
TTRPG sessions. There we go. Look at that. Look at that word economy. Run 24 and play 12 TTRPG sessions.
There we go. That's perfect.
Love it. I think that is the correct amount.
I've been playing. I've been on a long pause of a Fallout tabletop with a couple of my friends. I have a Star Trek one I've wanted to do for a while, and we've talked about doing the Song of Ice and Fire tabletop and possibly streaming it to this here channel.
Oh, baby, you gotta believe that we are doing Dread if this is on your thing. 100%. Oh yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Play Dread.
We're playing Dread on the second channel.
I
love it.
Excited.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh yeah, I'm helping out another person. Yeah, I'm helping you out with your resolutions. That's why we're playing Dread.
Yep. Now you have an extra incentive to play Dread. But you mentioned at some point a like Dread that was inspired by Scooby-Doo, and I'm holding you to that I would love to see it.
I would love to do that one.
Have a Dread game.
Yeah, that one's great.
I have one I wrote out the basics of in October of 2023 that I need to like run.
Did we play the Spy campaign, by the way? The Cold War era Spy campaign?
Yes, we did. We did. I was cleaning up my room today and I found the top secret for your eyes only folder that you sent me through the mail.
Hell yeah. That's a good one. Okay, I have one final for you. I think you're gonna like it. I'm excited to hear your response. Zach, what do you think of this?
I know what this one is, isn't it? Hold on, it's not on my screen yet. Steal 3 resolutions.
What do you think of that?
these can be stolen from anybody participating in our resolutions at the server, but you could also, I presume you're going to steal at least one of mine.
I think that the goal is steal 3 resolutions that other people are trying to do. The goal is to steal them before they complete them. Right, so, like, can I slam 48 TV shows, 48 movies, 6 books, and 26 albums or whatever? Can I do that before you do? And I think that's pretty funny.
This is resolution mogging.
Resolution what?
Mogging.
Mogging. What's mogging?
It's a deeply Zoomer term of upstaging somebody, usually by being more attractive than them or like more fit than them. But this is doing it by being better at accomplishing their goals than them.
Oh, perfect. Zach, I don't want to one up you on making a. Let's see. I don't want to like make better stress relief habits than you. But I kind of think it would be funny to play more D&D than you.
It would be really funny to review all your Steam games before I do.
Yeah, doesn't that sound funny?
So like, Marjorie's mogging Cersei, yes. Moggy the Frog said...
Moggy the Frog!
More beautiful queen will absolutely mog you.
Kirsty says, I'm getting peppered with ads again. I need some... Zach, before, like, next Wednesday, we're going to stream next Wednesday.
Yeah.
I need you to harass me to reset... Like, to do a complete, like, factory reset on the ad settings on YouTube streaming, please.
Will do.
Yeah, I think that's funny.
I adore... This is a good spread for both of us.
Yeah.
This covers all the bases.
We got some clever ones. Let's see, what else can I do? And like I am never going to steal one that's important to somebody. Right? I don't think that's reasonable. Yeah. But I don't think that you would be upset at all if I preempted you on 90 minutes of karaoke.
I would not be mad. I'm trying to think of like ones people have put that could be like preempted, and like well, I think at one point somebody had a get married resolution, which they failed. That's a whole other wild story. But it would be really funny if you're like, okay, I'm not currently in a relationship, but I'm going to speed run getting married to someone, right? Just to one off you.
Someone in a previous one had be in a committed relationship with another person for not less than 2 weeks, and I'm like, I can make that happen.
Yeah, that's a classic.
I know people who would think that was funny. Oh, let's see. Yeah, and like I have a video essay in the works. I have a video essay on the NFL currently in the works.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting.
I don't know. That could pop off. That if I time it right.
Sorry. I was thinking somebody had it come out to my parents' resolution before. Like, I know I can come out to your parents first. I can talk all about my sexuality.
And I love a Mimi resolution. And I really try to have 1 or 2 memes in there, like on occasion.
Yeah.
Like I'm not trying to shit on you, but I just want to. I want to show up with the receipts. I don't want to tell you which ones I'm doing until the resolution party, but I want to show up with receipts at the end of the year. Be like, actually, I kept a detailed spreadsheet of all the things that I was watching this year, and I'm pretty sure I got you.
Pretty sure I went up you on that one.
Like somebody has pickled 50 things. It's just like, actually, I pickled better than you did. Oh man, I was really hoping that you would have more stealable ones, but yours are good.
Technically, you can play an instrument on an album, where I do by recording yourself hitting a triangle and sending it to me and say, "Please include this on your album."
That's pretty funny.
To get a really good tambourine bit in one of my songs.
But I don't think that I would be able to. That would not be preempting you.
Because I would have to make the song.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
you would have to make the song, and presumably it would go on the same album. They would be completed at the same time. Now, that's an interesting scoring conundrum.
Yes. You could review every Steam game you own before, like, rules as written. You could review every Steam game that you own before I do. You also presumably have fewer Steam games, so that's just my fault for having so many.
I think we are similar. I think I'm in the high 200s.
That sounds about right. And then, but yeah, you do have a video essay that could get to 5K.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You could fit comfortably into a large shirt.
You ready for this fucking incredible sentence, Zach? I don't think that I could.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, I'm wearing a large right now, and it's like I feel comfortable in it, but like it does not fit me.
Is it too much muscle or?
No, it's a little too big.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Isn't that a hell of a sentence?
That is a wonderful sentence.
Yeah, and like, I don't think it would be reasonable for me to. I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, like Nick last year had read 15 comic books. Hell yeah. Right? That seems reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Attend 10 sports games?
Yep. Yeah, somebody says attend like X amount of sporting events. The I lapped you is a real fun sentence to send to somebody for this. For the ones that don't like have emotional resonance. That's pretty great.
My mom had do the turkey trot last year.
You to that.
Yeah, right. Like, as long as I'm faster than her.
Yeah,
and this
that completes the second she crosses the finish line.
Yeah,
you just have to do it first.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
This means that the most likely outcome if you're stealing one of mine is a karaoke off where you are also uploading it to the Interesting Nerd Karaoke channel.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to zero in on.
I just got to say, I love that. And you're on.
Yeah. And like, man, that's a cool. We go way out of our way to make this activity friendly and like non-competitive.
Yeah, competitive, but not directly competitive. Like, it's not competitive in like the football sense of I want to knock the ball out of your hand and then score 100 points on you, sort of way. It's competitive in the bowling way of I want to be a better bowler next to you. Well, you're also a decent bowler.
Yeah, like I want to beat you, but I'm also gonna cheer when you get a strike. When you get a strike, it's gonna be awesome. But this one's like openly hostile.
That one's a get on my level.
This is the extremely, and I'm turning directly to the camera. Okay, I'm turning to camera 2 here. This is not recommended. If you're going to put something like this on, it has to be in good faith, and you have to be very good friends with the people that you're doing it with. Because if I make a board game, and I'm like, haha, I finalized my board game, and then you end up not finishing it, and especially if you end up hating it, and you end up like not vibing with it well, like you can't figure out how to fix the problems with it or whatever. That sucks. That sucks, right? And if I start like dunking on that, then that sucks really bad. Yeah. Don't do that to your friends. It's not the point. But if your friend is trying to trying to review his Steam library, you can review his Steam library. It's fine.
Yep. Yeah, you can steal that from me. The worst I'm going to say when you beat me is Drats. I was hoping he wouldn't do that.
And like, I think with this one, I also, it's at least 3 resolutions in one. I am giving myself permission to cheese this one. So, like, play an instrument on an album. I can put an album on the ground, sit cross-legged on top of it, and play piano. You can't do that. But I can do that.
And then we'll determine whether that counts or not.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Cool. Yeah, there it is, Zach. I like that one. That one's fun.
That's pretty great. I love that a lot. That's my favorite of this year.
All right. I am fading very quickly. So we're going to snake draft this shit so fast. Why don't you start with mine? Celebrate a national day every day.
I'll give you a 600 for that.
That's reasonable. Give me a 650. It's an upkeep.
Yeah, you're right. It's okay. I'll give you 650. Let's hold on. I can get very particular. I'm going to give you 730 because that's 2 points for 365 days. So 730.
730. For some reason, my tablet isn't reaching up this high, so I have to hand letter this one. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Serve a drink at my bar that I don't have. You are getting $750. Yeah.
$750 for build a bar?
Okay, now wait, hang on. Are you building a bar?
I am building the actual bar from scratch. I have like 2x4s. I'm gonna do an epoxy resin pour so I can have the like bar with old campaign lit and stuff like that in it.
Shit.
And I'm gonna build some like picnic tables and stuff like that.
Shit. 900. Take it.
Thank you.
Fit comfortably into a large t-shirt. 900.
That's fair.
Will it reach now? Please reach. Zach, publish a book. Town publishes a book. Town publishes a book.
900.
Reasonable. Eat restaurant food.
With wave written occasions, I'm going to give them that an 825.
Bite me. I want points for this one. I want 1,200 for this one because I fail it 3 years running.
1,200 is literally impossible. The original 1,200 was get a roundabout built in the city I live in with no government connections whatsoever outside of me. I was the closest they had.
There's precedent.
And I told them that was impossible.
There's precedent for this.
Okay.
We have said resolutions get more valuable the more times you fail them.
I don't remember saying.
That's because we said it in like 2021.
I don't know if I agree with that take anymore.
What? Zara agrees with that take.
How many times has Zara completed a resolution?
Like 6. Total.
That sounds impressive until you realize that Zara's been participating since 2020.
See, hey, Sentodo. Zach? Fine.
I'll give you the full 1,000. I'll give you the full 1,000 for this one.
I'll take a 9. I'll take a 9 for it because I am the word occasions is doing a lot of work.
950.
All right, fine.
The occasions is doing a lot of lifting, but I trust you to be honest about that.
And I'm gonna fail it anyway.
or you'll go on an entire year-long cruise.
I love this thing. This is great. Get a new video essay to 5K. 5K video essay, huh? There's a lot of luck in that one.
It's not exactly to 5K. It's like disproportionately better. If it's at 4,720, I say we count it.
I agree.
Hell, if it's at 4,400 and change, I say we count it also. That would be the most successful Zach from the Club thing to exist by a considerable margin.
Compared to Build a Bar, 725.
I think that's fair.
Play an instrument on an album. That means you have to release an album, but you do have a history of doing that.
I'm actually
you're pretty good at that.
Year over year, I've released more albums than anybody else in all of Resolution Bowl. I have released, if we're just counting the official releases and not like the instrumentals and the mashup albums, 3 albums over the years of Resolution Bowl. And everybody else who's participated has released 0. So I'm really bogging the rest of y'all participants in the album category.
700.
Respectable.
You were gonna do that anyway.
Yeah, but I might as well get points for it.
Yeah, I say yeah. It's good for you. I like it. It's solid. 700.
Much like stream 5 times a week. You were gonna try that anyways. You might as well get points for it.
Yeah. Zach, complete an Olympic triathlon, huh?
That's got to be at least 800. I'm gonna give you 825.
I think that seems correct.
The problem is also we know we can do great things in resolution terms. So like we always aim for ones that are like I never want to slouch and put like something below a 600 on here.
Yeah. And like this, I think 825 is very reasonable. I have demonstrated that I can do all of those things. Doing them in succession is what's hard. And also it has the word Olympic in the title, so. Zach, how about...
First time catching you guys live. Very sorry that we'll like 10 minutes from now, we will not be here.
Yeah, because we have been streaming for 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Enjoy it while you got
it. Zach, how about film a movie? That I have not done. That is not precedented.
Knowing what this movie is going to be, the working title, Evan and Kevin. What it's Evan and Kevin blank. What's the blank here?
Evan and Kevin watch a movie, or Evan and Kevin or Evan and Kevin go for a hike. Right, Evan and Kevin get lost in the woods.
Yeah. It is a bunch of stoners not realizing there's a slasher movie behind them. Yeah. All around them, actually.
Yeah.
Which I love.
Yeah.
Normally, like, film a movie could be anything, and I would probably give this, like, considering that we're accepting this is a no-budget movie, I give this a 700. But I love the premise of this one, so I'm going to give it a 775.
You're gonna give. Okay, let me add some parameters. Film a movie of not less than 65 minutes that I consider on par with low budget slasher movies.
That's a better
description. That'll be something like that will be the full text when I put it in the thing. Do you consider that markedly lower than? Do you consider that on par with release a video essay?
No, that's I was going for no budget. It could be shorter. It could be like considerably below like low budget slasher standards. By comparable to low budget slasher standards, I'll have to give that like at least like I'm gonna go with 880. It's not quite a 900, but it's close.
880, a hair under publish a book. Yeah, although I want bonus points if it gets if I send it to Sundance.
If you send it to Sundance, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to get it. But if it's good enough that you can send it to a film festival, I'm giving you the full 1,000.
Fine.
The scores are floors, not ceilings. I have to assume the like lob it across the plate approach for all of these. I know that you're going to try and knock it out of the park, but I can't assume that you will. If you do knock it out of the park, you're getting 1,000.
All right. And if it does go to Sundance, I want 1,100.
If it goes to Sundance, I'll give you 1,200.
Perfect.
And I'll probably concede victory if you somehow get stoner comedy about slasher movie happening to something.
Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened this year.
I can't dispute that. This year being early 2025. Yes.
Run a major campaign and or start a pack. That's an interesting one.
I do want to point out, if I didn't say it, my idea for like getting Dude Bros back to a progressive liberalism pack is called Six Pack.
Yeah.
So I might start that. If y'all want to donate, it won't be tax deductible because I'm making one of those really big cool packs that can take all the money.
My lawyer has advised me.
My lawyer has advised me
that this is a bit. You're not gonna call it the snack pack?
The snack pack seems like I'm trying to get kids to vote.
Fine. Or stoners.
Look, if I could legally call it the Taco Bell Cravings Pack, I would.
Yeah, you're right. Nah, the 6-pack is probably the way to go. I like it. I mean, when we discuss how interesting it is, how significant it is to you, and how significant it is to the world, that's 1,000. It has to be.
Thank you. No, I think that's fair. I feel like anything that like makes the world a better place, you have to score highly.
Yeah, like you have gone out of your way to make the world better, and that's 1,000 points. Absolutely. By the way, sidebar. Speaking with Zara, we're gonna have an argument because Zara wants to submit resolutions this year.
Okay.
One of Zara's resolutions is going to be buy a house. And Zara is already in the closing procedures on that house.
Yeah.
I am of the opinion that Zara gets 1,000 points. That it is an incredible multi-year project that she has busted her ass on that is going to improve her life more than almost anything else. It's not her fault that the deal is closing in March.
She can get her points in.
All right.
Now.
Yep. If she gets her points in before it closes, I say she gets 1,000.
She's got to stick the landing. My mom sells houses right now. It's not sticking the landing. It's very possible.
I agree. And also, like, she still has to like hand over the money, and that's the part that sucks.
Yep.
That's the part that's fucking tough.
It's also a place where many people do not stick the landing.
Mm-hmm. Zach, finalize a board game. I'm hitting you with an 850. I'm hitting you with an 850.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm 850 in you. I'm 875 in you. No, I'm 880 in you.
Wow.
Right? It's the same, right? I think that's very comparable, actually. That's very comparable to film a movie.
No, I think that's right. Especially I'm either going to have to have like a good physical copy I can hand you that's ready to roll, or turn it into like a virtual board game, which I think you would count if I had a digital version of it that was programmed and ran like really well.
I would.
If those are comfortable to making a low budget film.
If you have all of the rules worked out, all of the cards made, and I can sit down and play it with you in Tabletop Simulator, I will consider it done. But I'm going to rely on an honor system for you. I am not going to give you points unless you tell me that the rules and balance are close to where you want them to be.
90% of the way yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
I agree to that.
Okay. Zach, how about stream 5 times a week for a month? I think that's harder than I think it is.
I would agree. I feel like by the 8th stream, you're going to be losing your mind.
Yeah. I want to see what it's like if I want to see if I can make it not fun.
gonna give you 850 on that one.
Fair.
It's a little bit easier than filming a movie, but I feel like there'll be some point on day like 8 where you're like, I can't do another day of this, and I'm not even halfway there.
Yeah. I would like you to drop that to 800 because it just doesn't feel right to have that above a triathlon.
You only have to run a triathlon on one day.
Well, yeah, but I do have to train for a triathlon.
That's true. That's true.
Fine, 850, I'll take
I'll
it.
drop it to 800.
All right.
You're right.
800. Run 10 nerd events, including a fan meetup. That one's fun.
I like this a lot. I don't know if I can give it 80, but I've wanted to do the fan meetup.
This one isn't crazy. I don't think this one's I don't think it's an 8. I don't even know if it's a 7.
I was what about 690?
That's a good number. Yeah, that seems correct.
This is not a hint of activities that will take place at the fan meetup. That's not happening.
No, that hint will come later. Oh, but not with you guys. Jesus. Zach, all right. Eat like, what is this? Like 110 fucking 120 pieces of media? That's a lot. Tell it to me again. It's 48 movies, 6 TV shows.
48 movies, 6 TV shows, 48 albums, and 26 audiobooks.
Okay. I think that's doable. That's like right on the line of doable.
I've got to have some days where I marathon episodes of a TV show, and where I marathon movies. I am fortunate enough that I'm spending a disproportionate amount of time. Somebody wants to show me anime, and they can get a show over in usually 26 episodes. So I might be able to, like, I intend to put at least one really long TV series on there. I'm gonna finally get through all the Sopranos so I can make Gabagool jokes so that I'm being stolen valor. But I anticipate the TV shows might be a little shorter than you're thinking. So if you want to knock that down.
Nah, it's not. It's even if you pick, when I did read 100 books, I threw in like Alice in Wonderland, right? Which is
That's fair.
like 3 hours or something. But you need to do that, or it's just not finishable. 48 movies is a lot. I know you can do it. I know that this is doable, but I'm trying to think if it's like over the line of like too much, and I want to jack it up. I kind of want to jack it up. I'm giving it a 750.
Okay.
To talk about failed resolutions, and also wrapped up in this is complete 6 previous resolutions.
Yeah. No, they can be ones. They don't need to be ones that I got like a 0% on. It could be one where I got like 80% to goal and then didn't complete it in time for the party, or like stuff like that. So I'm looking through. I'm going to talk about the ones that are still achievable. Man, most of my 2020 ones are like hard busted. That's funny. But try and knock out of the park some of the old ones that were like mostly done or partially done, or maybe just resurrect some ones that never got finished. And then I want to do a TED talk about every resolution I've ever done, successful, failed, and otherwise.
Bro, you're taking 1,000 points.
Sick.
Hear me out. You're including 6 things that are going to improve your life, and you're probably going to try for ones that aren't super hard, but still. And then you are going to begin the process of codifying this incredible system you have made. like in the process of making that TED Talk, you must necessarily put on paper the explanation for how resolution bowl works. And I really want to push you toward like putting it in a book or something. Like making this like a self-help book sort of like I could see this in Barnes and Noble in the self-help section, doing resolutions right or something like that. And
Yeah.
if you take a step in that direction, that not only improves your life, it also improves the lives of every fucking person who who watches that TED Talk. Because this is a glorious parasite. It is the most wonderful disease that infects the people who hear it with pure positivity. It is a wonderful thing, and I support this fully.
Thank you. And
also, fuck you, just in case you forgot.
Yeah, just in case I was a little too heartwarming and positive. I'm looking through all the different things I tried to accomplish, the years where I did well, the years where I did poorly, and the different ways we tried to make resolution bowl work for everybody and everything. And I'm excited to talk about it, and excited to like talk about like there's some things that like I failed like categorically, but going on that path made my life so much more interesting and led to more like fun stories. And I want to talk about all. And I want to talk about stuff that I just hard failed and never got around to because that's funny too.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you allowing yourself to complete other people's failed resolutions?
Let me see how it is written.
Because man,
fun to mock people's dead resolutions.
It would be pretty funny if you like got a motorcycle license to dunk on Zara.
Complete 6 unfinished resolutions from previous years. It does not say they have to be mine.
I mean, oh damn it! You can just throw a party in your house. Shit.
Oh, that's a little too painful. That's below the belt.
Yeah.
I would invite you to a party, which would make it simultaneously better and worse.
Yeah. We can talk about it. All right, Zach. How about make 10 toys for Tom's Toy Box? I think that is harder than I think it is.
I think it is too. I think it's also very worthwhile, and the chance that one of them becomes like a modestly popular and respected tool. I think often to a website I use living in Philly called Is Septa Fucked, which is just a website you go to that somebody made. It is very bare bones. And it just says regional rail is not fucked and buses are not fucked if they're all running on time. And if they aren't, it might say kind of fucked or very fucked. So you can just open it up and tell, oh no, today's going to be a bad day to take the trains, because you don't know until you find out, Philly. I love talking about that website, and what you're doing is very much in that vein. I have ad blockers, but I don't imagine that there's ads on Is Septa Fucked. Somebody just made it because they live in Philly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like their jam.
They wanted to let you know public transit was going to be good today. They aren't doing this for money reasons. They threw in enough dollars to keep the domain name up forever, and we'll run this until they're dead. And I admire the fuck out of that.
I'm allowing myself a backdoor, by the way. I will allow myself on this website to run ads for things that I have made, things that people that I personally know have made, or our Patreon.
Buy me a beer link is not a ad for a major product.
Yeah,
I'm always happy to see like a buy me a coffee sticker at the bottom of a project.
Yeah.
In fact, if there was one at Septa is Septa Fucked, I would have bought him a beer a long time ago.
Yeah. That is not the same thing as a 30-second ad with a fake like X in the corner of a half-naked furry spinning a roulette wheel. Right. These are not equivalent.
Oh, I just realized that there's a regional rail is turbo fucked. There's an entire level I've never seen before.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, like that kind of thing I think could be really, I would love that kind of thing. And like programming is what I do professionally, right? It is the thing that that is the thing that I do, for better or worse. And keeping those skills sharp is important to me professionally. So what do you think?
I gotta give you like just 10 programs of appreciable difficulty. Like some of them are gonna be easier than others, but like I gotta hit you with a 900 on this. You're making 10 apps that require like you to sit down and code from scratch. And well, you can steal somebody's code. Like it feels like that's not the spirit of what you're going for here.
Oh, Zach, you've never programmed before.
That's true.
Everything is stealing other people's code.
Yeah.
But stealing other people's code is a lot like 3D printing a part for your car. There's a big difference between 3D printing a part for your car and making your car work. There's steps that you need to take between these two things.
You can steal somebody's code, but you can't steal their debugging rubber ducky.
Yes. You can 3D print a part for your car, but you then need to figure out how to put it in your car without breaking the car. The cool thing about programming is breaking the car is one of my favorite pastimes. So I love
that's good. You do enjoy breaking code.
I do. I love breaking code. All right, Zach, what do you think of write an erotic novel? I don't know.
This has to be less than publish a book because you don't need to publish it, and it don't need to be good.
Yep.
I'll pull it up again. This ain't good, and this sold a lot. This has so many reviews on Amazon.
I'm like, what if I just write smut and it just sells?
Then good news, you'll also complete number 11.
Oh shit! Oh damn it! No, I don't know that I'll be able to say that, Zach.
This is my friend Tom. He's an erotic novelist.
I don't like this.
He recently wrote. Oh goodness, what's a film series I could do a smut parody title of right now?
Okay, quick, right out the back of your brain. Here we go. No. 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 Come on, Tom. It's got to be like a. What do you think of? We already did. We already did Independence Day.
Yeah, we talked about it.
What was the title for that one?
Oh God.
Welcome to Earth. Welcome to Earth was the title of that one.
Yes.
Which probably gets me sued, by the way.
We had a very classy Brent Spiner scene.
Yeah. I can probably do Independence Day, but that title probably gets me sued.
Yeah.
And I don't think I win it. It's pretty. I'd have to set it on like Canada Day. It can't be Independence Day. It has to be different. Okay.
I gotta give you less than. This has to be the lowest one so far.
Yeah, probably.
Crank it out. You can crank it out.
Oh,
after you write all the sex scenes. Yeah. Okay.
This is a reference to the interesting nerd like pantheon of videos when we referenced cranking it like 25 times in a stream.
Yes, when I use the term cranking it, because it bothered some people. As I found that it really bothers if you use a like meaty term for flesh afterwards. Like cranking my schlong just has a really bad ring to it.
Yeah, go out and crank my sausage.
I'm gonna go crank myself.
I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up. I don't like this.
Please include the term cranking my sausage in your erotic novel, and I'll give you 50 more points.
You got
As
it.
it stands, I'm gonna give you 550.
Any chance I can get that cranked up if I also narrate it?
I will give you a 690 if it's
Yeah,
narrated.
that's exactly what I want. I want an erotic novel ceiling of 690.
690 is your ceiling.
All right, I'm putting down 550, but I want 690 as my ceiling.
550 is your floor. 690 is your ceiling.
There we go. I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm good with this. Review every Steam game I own.
I should know I've not played most of them.
And do you intend to play the ones you haven't played?
I intend to play through every single one.
Play through, define.
I will give them all at least 30 minutes to determine if I like it. If I do like it, I'm going to try and play it to an appreciable amount.
Reasonable. So call it 200 hours. That's 700. It's got to be.
Yeah.
I like it. My hands are shaking because I'm cold and tired. Adopt 4 good stress relief habits. That absolutely must be like a cool 850 or something.
I think that's fair.
I trust you on your definition of adopt. You're not going to tell me that you adopted something when you haven't.
Yeah, I'm gonna have proof that I go to it as a means of stress relief. Maybe not equally to my bad ones, but it's getting on par, where I'm at least somewhat likely to do that as a way to relieve stress.
Zach, write a book report in Spanish. I think that one's easier than I think it is.
It is easier than you think it is, but it's still like appreciable and good. And you're gonna do it as a video, which works on your speaking skills as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think a flat 500 is good for that one.
What? I gave you 725 on a video essay in a language you already speak.
That requires multiple skills, but you're right. This is language. I'll give you has a good 625.
That seems better. That seems more reasonable. Cool, 500 for learn another language.
You are good. You're decent at Spanish already.
I am. Yeah. It's not learn Spanish from scratch. It's become it's go from baby to passable. And
yeah, it's to go from 3-year-old to 8-year-old.
Yes. And like with this technique, I think that's a lot easier than it's much easier than I ever would have thought.
Yeah.
So Zach, if there is a book cover to cover, fucking read it in Spanish. Do it.
We'll give it a go.
All right, have a job I like.
Dude, straight up 1,000. It's such an improvement to your mental health to like what you're doing.
I'm gonna be real tough about this one. If I don't like it, I can't front. I'm not gonna front. I don't want to. What's the point?
Yeah, what's the point about lying about this? It's about how you feel at the end of the day.
Yeah. And I want to be okay in my day to day. And I don't think that I have been. I like this endeavor accepted. I don't think that I have been in a while.
Yeah, and you'll to quote a Supreme Court justice, you'll know it when you see it. You'll know it when you feel it.
All right. I think that was a different context, but I appreciate it nonetheless. He was talking about something else.
He was talking about something else, yes.
Perform and upload 90 minutes of karaoke. That is a lot of karaoke. That's what?
That is an appreciable amount of karaoke.
And you got to go probably 10 sessions of karaoke minimum. I like it.
If you many 90 divided by, we'll go with a good 3.5. That's about 26 songs worth.
26
Maybe
songs. More. I imagine you do 1 to 2 to 3 songs per timeout, something like that.
Yeah, that I might get through 2 to 3, depending. If I start going now, we did karaoke every week for a year once. I don't know, you weren't there for all of it, but I went every week for a year with a friend of mine, and during the summer, it's so much more popular than it is during the winter.
Mm-hmm.
For a lot of reasons. I could probably get through 3 or 4 if I started like going out every week now. That ain't gonna be true in July. But I could front load it. I could knock it out early by front load. However, you are also trying to beat me.
There is also the problem of your going to karaoke with an obligation. Like, you have to record it. You have to be making content. Do you want to change this? Do you you ponder it on your end, but I would be okay if you wanted to change this to do 90 minutes of unique karaoke and upload a lot of it, or upload at least 10 songs or something like that. That way you don't. Yeah. Because
I might tweak it, but I'm pretty much a send it guy when it comes to karaoke.
Okay.
And also, if I really don't like one, it's not that hard to pick a different one.
Okay. Okay, as long as you're okay with it. I think that's a cool 650.
Thank you. I think that's fair.
I think that's something like that. I think that the next one is also a cool 650, but I'm bumping it to a 700 because I want to play Dread. And it makes me happy. I want to play Dread. Does that seem reasonable? About the same as the karaoke resolution.
I think so. I think that's fair.
It's actually a little bit harder than the karaoke. Actually, it's markedly harder than the karaoke resolution. Zach, that's a lot. You gotta run 24 sessions? You have to run a session more than every other week.
24 sessions? Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, you have to do D&D more than every other week. Well, in RPG anyway.
Yeah.
Do you have a group?
I have my Fallout peeps. I have people who I play D&D with in Buffalo, and I'm hoping to move back. So I'm hoping to do both of those weekly for an appreciable stretch, and then throw in the occasional game of Dread, or maybe start up the Star Trek or the Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game with some of y'all.
Oh my God. Chables, good night. You're wonderful. Thank you for sticking it out for all this madness. Sorry, go ahead. My bad. Oh, Zach, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
No, you're good. I think I can do it, but it is a little tough. But I think that score you give it is fair.
Okay. I would be okay if you wanted to tweak those numbers down. And if you want to keep them there, that's fine. But if you keep them there, I'm probably gonna bump that number up a decent margin. Because, like, I don't know if I've ever played 30 sessions of an RPG in a year. But of course,
I used to have a regularly scheduled D&D game. I used to run D&D and have a regularly scheduled D&D game every single week for a glorious period of like 18 months. And I'm going to be real, I miss it.
And I think that you can cover some of these, like if you have dry weeks, you can probably cover that with cons.
Yeah. I could go to a convention and knock it out of the park.
Because if you run, like we've talked about, what's the one by you?
There's several big ones.
Yeah, the big one by you. Like if we could manage it, you could probably set up like a Fallout session, a Fallout panel, not a panel, like a Fallout room, and play like 4 sessions in a row that day.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave it at 700. I might bump that later.
I think that's fair.
And finally, Zach, steal 3 resolutions.
The thing I want to do is take the scores I would have given those 3 resolutions and divide by 3, and give that score to you, which is what I will do, but that's hard to write down. So it will be either that or 800. If that number comes to, unless you, no, because that's not a good floor. Can I give the 700? Will you be upset by that with a potentially high ceiling?
No, I won't. In fact, I'm totally okay with me writing VAR. Like this one's variable.
Variable?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to put VAR, I think that's fair.
Because if I cheese 3 baby resolutions, then give me the points that they would want. Yeah.
You deserve 400 points in a wag of a finger.
Yeah, but like it would still be funny.
Yes.
But if I publish my book and I steal Reddist's publish a book and I steal your publish an album and I steal Zara's buy a house, then I want a lot of points.
I agree.
I want how will we do it if I don't preempt? I want to preempt, but if I don't, like, you know,
you still stole them even if they've been done already. Right. I think that I'll give you bonus points if you preempt.
Cool. All right, cool. That's perfect.
I think you get 50 swag points over what it was for preempting somebody on it.
I love it. That has the potential, like that. Ooh, Zach, interesting. That means if I preempt 3 people on 1,200 point resolutions, this has the highest single cap of any resolution we've ever had, 1350.
Yeah. Yep.
If I preempt 3 1,200 point resolutions,
you'd have to do 3 impossible things.
Yes.
And beat somebody else who's presumably better and more focused at it.
Yeah.
But if you were to do that, I'd be forced to give you points.
Yeah. I would also have to do 3 things that are presumably either completely impossible or unimaginably important to those people, and I would have to do them before them to dunk on them, which does seem to defeat the purpose, but again, would be funny. I like that one. That's a fun resolution, and I'm glad that one's going to get an award for sure.
Yes, it will. That is getting an award. It inspired that resolution in a roundabout way led to my TED Talk one, so it has already inspired me.
Cool. All right. Zach, I think that's it.
I think so too.
Thank God. Oh my God. This is a wonderful thing you've done. It is one of the most beautiful things.
I don't know if we'd still be alive today if you weren't such a zealous advocate for it, so I got to thank you as well. It's also the only reason I could have stayed up until almost 2:30 a.m. tonight. So
there's only 2 things that I'll stay up to 2:30 in the morning for, and one of them is Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh. That's a way better punchline.
Oh man. Cool. Yeah. What are some of your favorites here?
I adore the stealing resolutions, obviously. That's a real winner. I like the movie that you're going to film.
Mhm.
The triathlon is a really good fitness one. It's one of like smarter fitness ones I've ever seen. And celebrate a national day every day is another good meme one.
So stupid. I regret that so much. Did you watch Taskmaster, Zach?
No, but I'm starting to get recommended on YouTube.
Yeah, it's in a very similar brain space as Game Changer.
Yeah.
I'll recommend a season to you, and if you watch it, like I'll give you a fucking episode where if you don't like it, you're not gonna like the show, but if you like it, you're gonna fall in love with it.
Adore it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the tasks that a person got given was over the next 4 months, send the taskmaster a cheeky text every day. And that is what he did every day for 4 months.
Yeah.
And he had this wonderful line that, quote, when I look back on this calendar year, that is one of the major things I've done with it. And I feel like that's what this is going to be. Where every waking moment of my life is going to be spent thinking about future holidays.
Thinking about what minor holiday it is today.
Yeah, it'd be like, shit, I can't talk about that. I can't talk about that. Can't talk about that. That'll get me canceled. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah, I like it. I'm really excited to have a drink at your bar.
That is the one I'm most excited for because I'm gonna go whole hog to make it like as authentic of an experience as possible. I'm gonna pay tribute to all the campaigns I worked on, or like tangentially to, and just like a little bit of history of like all the cool stuff I have collected over the years.
Oh, you know what I'm excited about?
What's that?
I'm excited to spend like 3 hours arguing with you about your Steam takes.
That could be a whole stream in itself.
Yeah.
Zach finished a spreadsheet. Let's see what his 10s are and let's see what his 1s are.
Actually, that is a great stream. Zach, there's still... Also... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
There's a meta strategy to make sure I don't complete it, which is to keep buying new Steam games. Because then I haven't reviewed my entire library.
Oh, that is true. That is true. My brain is broken. I'll figure out ways to break this later. Oh shit! Oh no! You're gonna put a clapper in my house, you piece of shit.
Why would I put a clapper in here? Oh my god!
You fucking motherfucker! No! Don't you put a fucking clapper in my house? Don't you put a clapper in my house, you piece of shit? No, you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to put a clapper in my house, you piece of shit. Don't put a clapper in my house. I'm bringing us over here. I'm fucking delirious, bro.
Zara once had a resolution to install a clapper covertly in Tom's abode. That would be sick.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Resolution Bowl. Resolution Bowl. What is it? 130. 25. There we go. Okay. And I'm gonna go post this in the Discord. Well, actually,
hell yeah.
Oh my god. Don't you fucking do that. Don't you fucking put it you motherfucker. Don't you fucking put a clapper in my house.
I don't plan on it. Oh, were you upset? But I will deeply consider it the more you don't want me to do it.
It's pretty funny. Zach, I am ready to go to bed. I don't know about you.
I am very much ready to go to bed.
I had a great time. I love Resolution Bowl. And you remember how we were like, this can't be a 2-hour video?
Oops.
We made 2 of them, and each of them was a 2-hour video.
Oh well, that's about par for the course for
It's
us.
true. These are facts. Okay. Zach, do you have any final thoughts for the 15 people who I assume are all sleeping?
I mean, I hope my cat meowing didn't wake you up. She's
Meow.
dramatic like that sometimes.
Meow.
Uh, meow. Uh, if you're planning on doing resolution bowl, post it in the server. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see your resolutions.
Oh,
On
we got
Facebook.
the people who honest. We have the people who are just playing video games and we're background music chiming back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. This is the best thing that we do.
If you like any of our particular resolutions, shout them out.
Yeah.
And feel free if there's an idea on here that sounds inspiring to you to give it a try yourself. Like we said, please do try this at home.
Yeah, get your own little cruise. Make some points. Make some lists, give each other points. You got time. You can start it whenever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
We made all this shit up.
that is true. It's all their own arbitrary way of counting it.
Yeah. All right, you wonderful madman. I'm ending this broadcast.
Alrighty.
I'm getting us the fuck out of here.
Good night for real, everybody.
So long. Goodbye. I keep Jeremy says I keep on going back to older videos to comment, but I just watched the whole video. Special
I,
thanks
I know the
to
feeling.
Oh, I was thinking about asking Yggdrasil if he wants to do the cover art for my End of the World book.
You should. You absolutely should.
Do you think I think that he is exactly like a figure of small figure in the foreground with like his sort of like wonderful angular art of a mushroom cloud in the background, something like that.
Right up his alley. Yeah.
Yeah. I love his artwork so much and I love trying to support the people that we like know.
Yeah.
And I'd much rather do something with him who I know is good than like go to Fiverr or something. And, like I could do it myself, but it won't be as good. And if I'm like trying to actually publish, I need something good.
Yeah.
Okay, Zach, I'm gonna mute us, and then we're gonna close the stream. Okay.
That sounds good to me. Goodbye, everyone.
Okay. Bye.